22. Colleagues, can we please circle down? We're about to commence with our program. If you have friends who are still outside, you can send them a WhatsApp maybe. Tell them all the fun is happening already, they are missing out. Give them some FOMO. I've learned a language, my daughter taught me FOMO. Apparently it means fear of missing out. So you make the people outside feel like the fun has started inside. Please send them messages. Okay. We need you actually. You as well. You. we want to confirm that these people are there. In case someone drops that, we call people and there will be a no-show. And then we look like we are confused. Like this. MMC is coming? It's coming. Atrium. Atrium, yeah.
And then in terms of the national anthem,
yeah, Atrium. Yeah, but they are not expected to be reviewed yet. So
but you saying? I couldn't remember the program. Oh.
Yeah. That's what I need.
So Mr. Masangu is here?
Mr. Matango is here, okay. And then these people who are doing word of testimonies, EPWP beneficiaries, have they been briefed? Are they here? Do you know? Okay, and that's what Andy. So
That's Andy.
Me, I'm really interested in sort of. No, they don't worry. Me, I'm interested. Yeah, I saw it.
Come and join us here. Now, this is
TDG.
the DG.
lidlulile wena. Kanti sidlule kudala usathi ngicophe ifoni mhlawumbe 5 minutes, I mean 10 minutes ago.
Okay, still do this affair.
And then because they follow each other. So
Yeah.
she can do her slot, then after
Yeah.
then for the national anthems you have two.
Yeah, he's over grand.
And the national
Which one comes first?
If I like, if I like religion,
So it's AU, then SA.
and the, yeah, and then it will be the essay.
Then the other thing I wanted to check with you is the
yeah.
Tanzanians and the ILO guys going to give me all the info. I promised them the salutation this month because I said you're working on them. They need to know who is going to talk here so that they acknowledge them properly. Is that finalized?
The ones that are going to be in the briefing.
No, no.
Yeah, like
The
who?
people who, when they start talking, giving their
Or
messages and stuff, they need to know who to
yeah,
salute.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Even the program director.
Yeah, I'll give you the.
Yes, for us, we need to know who is here. Urgently, like now. Here. Not you. Here.
The event is coming.
No, I was asked to check.
Can I give you my number? Because we need
The
that.
program is supposed to start at 9,
Yes, which is 9 now.
which is 9. We are trying to get people to inside so that we can see the pictures. How are they? How far are they?
Can I give you my number? Or you can give me yours, I call you. So you're on WhatsApp, right?
Yeah. I just need to.
Because we need that salutation, me and Karami. Otherwise, we disrespect our principles
Yes, but
unintentionally.
no, I'm at the main venue. I'm at the stage. I'm busy with the program directors. It's the. No, she can. You can take her to the holding room for now. Yeah. Then this is Hunala Bushay, you know? Because the MMC is here, the minister is not here. And now David is not here. Who do that about message? I am holding room for now.
what the program of government is as it is designed. It is designed to uplift and assist those that have not been exposed into the working environment.
The expanded public works program covers 4 sectors: infrastructure, non-state sector to look beyond public funding, environment and culture, and social.
We need it in correct order. So
Today, we celebrate the journey of the EPWP, reflecting on its profound impact while looking ahead to a future of sustained empowerment and innovation. From its inception in 2004, the EPWP has embarked on a mission to uplift and unite, providing work opportunities for the unemployed and paving the way for a brighter future for millions.
The program has been looking at the creation of work opportunities through the use of labor-intensive methods. Over the 20 years, we've had a number of changes in the different phases. In phase 1, our focus was to ensure that every work opportunity had training, but we found out that that wasn't quite possible because we did not have adequate budget. So in phase 2, the program was adjusted to ensure that training is done on particular programs where it makes a difference in implementation. Also in phase 2, the economic sector, which was a standalone sector in phase 1, was removed, and then we had enterprise development as a cross-cutting function in the different sectors of EPWP. In phase 2, we also had introduction of the non-state sector, and then in phase 3, we continued with the objectives of phase 2, but we had a bigger target in terms of the program. In phase 3, our target was 6 million work opportunities, vis-a-vis the 4.5 million work opportunity target that we had in phase 2. And then in phase 4, what was the emphasis in phase 4 was to look at assets, the creation of assets and services as being part of what we're interested in addition to the work opportunities. So those are some of the nuances and changes that we've seen over the years.
just start now. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Gamehle Swanda, or just Gama. Feel free to call me by my short version. I'm one of the co-moderators today, and with me is my co-moderator, Karabo. Maybe if you could silence the video for now. You can play it on mute because they can see the subtitles. Karabo, please.
Morning, colleagues. I'm Karabo Sebati, Chief Director, Strategic Management, and the Governance, Risk and Compliance Unit branch within the National Department of Public Works. I'll be co-facilitating with Kama, assisting him in navigating the program of today. Thank you.
Actually, I'll be assisting her. So you can see we're sharing our workload, and we will start momentarily. We're just making sure that everyone is in the house, and then we get on with the official program. So in the meantime, in the next 2 minutes or so, you can just be watching this video. It's just 20 years of the EPWP. I don't know if I'm talking too fast for our sign language interpreters. I have to put on my slow voice. I tend to speak very fast. So we'll just give you 2 minutes, and then we'll then continue with our program. Thank you. Yeah, if we can maybe show the house rules. I hate silence. It looks like it's a funeral. Actually, I wish I had Mbongi here. Do you have any Mbongi in the house? We can do some traditional dance up front here and entertain us. Okay, maybe you can play the video if you are sorting out the house rules. In the meantime, you can just be playing the same video you were playing before. I think we'll be starting shortly. I think we have a quorum now. We do have a quorum, colleagues, right? Yeah, so we'll be starting shortly. Colleagues, we are waiting for our dignitary who is going to do the official opening and welcome. But in the meantime, I may as well seize the opportunity to give you a brief update on where we, no, I think we're ready. So I'll add Jane on that one.
Morning, colleagues, once again. Can I request that we settle down and start with the program of the day? An official welcome once again to all our dignitaries, our guests, both domestically and internationally. I know it's a diverse group today. For those that were not in earlier on, my name is Karabo Sebati. I'm the Chief Director, Strategic Management Unit within the Governance, Risk and Compliance branch at the National Department of Public Works. I've been given a difficult task today, but I'm with my co-pilot. We will be navigating the program of the day. I think it's fit, Mr. Gama, that you come and introduce yourself one more time. I know you did it earlier, so that everybody in the room knows who will be the pilots of today.
Okay, thank you. My official title today is co-moderator. I don't know if you need any history about me. I don't think it's very relevant, but I want to be mentioned that I used to work with the Expanded Public Works Program, seconded to the government as Chief Technical Advisor to the Expanded Public Works Program for many years. And currently, I'm working as Senior Specialist for Public Employment Programs for the International Labour Organization. I'm working anywhere here, between here and East Africa. I'm supporting 18 countries in Southern and Eastern Africa. So that's how I met the Tanzanians as well. So I'm very much, the relationship I have with you in South Africa, EPWP, is the same relationship I have with the other countries, including Tanzania. So we can talk about that during the coffee break. But I think for now, just know me as the co-moderator, Kamehle Spanda. Feel free to just call me Kama. I'm happy with the short version.
Thank you, colleagues. Our community of practice on expanded public works program today will be primarily focusing on the transformative impact of EPWP through entrepreneurship and skills development. Without any further ado, I'm going to call on the MMC, Councillor Nomadlozi Nkosi, responsible for development planning and real estate, to give us an official opening and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, program directors. Good morning, everyone. Our Minister of Department of Public Works in his absentia, Honorable Dean McPherson, our Honorable Minister in Tanzania, in President's Office, Honorable Boniface Mbachwane, the Director of the Isle Descent Work Team for Eastern and Southern Africa, Mr. Alessio Musindo, honorable delegates and esteemed guests, it is with great pleasure and honor that I welcome you in the city of peace, which is the city of Ekurhuleni. We also welcome you here to this gathering of the community of practice of the Expanded Public Works Program, which is EPWP. As the city of Ekurhuleni, we recognize the pivotal role the EPWP plays in driving the socio-economic development within our space, and creating sustainable job opportunities, and ensuring that our communities benefits from well-planned infrastructure and environmental projects. Today, we come together not only to share insights and experiences, but also to reflect on our achievements and challenges as we strive to fulfill the objectives of the EPWP. The city of Ekurhuleni remains committed to fostering growth through innovative real estate and development planning initiatives that align with the national and municipal priorities. On the current performance and future commitments from our city, our performance for the year 2024-25 financial year has already demonstrated significant progress across all various sectors. On our infrastructure sector, our target for the work opportunities stood at 4,740, yet we have impressively surpassed this with the work opportunities around 9,544, which has been achieved to date. On the environmental sector, we aimed for 1,850 work opportunities, but we have already reached 4,338, showing our commitment to sustainable development. On the social sector, this remains a critical area of focus, where we continue striving to meet our goals despite challenges in the execution and implementation. While our performance reflects commendable progress, it is also highlights areas where we must definitely redouble our efforts. The surplus or the deficit statistics for Phase V indicates that gaps were needed to bridge to meet our long-term targets. This calls for strategic partnership that enhance project planning and effective resource allocation to ensure our objectives are met and are exceeded. As the city, our call for action is that as we deliberate and exchange knowledge today, let us reaffirm our collective responsibility to drive impact where it matters most, at the community level, which is the very important sector in the space of Africa and South Africa as a whole. The success of EPWP lies not only in the numbers, but the tangible improvements we bring to the lives of our people. I encourage all stakeholders, government officials, private sector representatives, community leaders, to make sure to contribute their expertise and innovative solutions, further enhance our program's effectiveness. The finalization of the expanded public works program policy is very crucial, colleagues, as it serves as a guiding instrument for the program continuation. Given the current economic climate, the re-engineering the program is essential to address pressing economic challenges and the support key stakeholders who rely on the developmental initiatives. One other crucial issue is the financial constraints necessitate a renewed approach. It requires collective input in both funding allocation and the creation of sustainable opportunities. I look forward to a productive discussions, meaningful collaborations, and a received commitment to advancing the objectives of the EPWP. Once again, I want to welcome all of you in this esteemed gathering, and I trust that together we'll pave the way for the more inclusive and sustainable future. You are all welcome to the City of Peace, the city of Ekurhuleni. I thank you.
Thank you, MMC, for the words of encouragement as we continue with the event of today. Colleagues, may I request that we stand up and observe a national anthem, because as indicated that we are a diverse group, also representing or representative as our colleagues internationally, as particularly from the AU, will first observe the national anthem of the AU and then followed by the South African national anthem. Thank you.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our
Thank you, colleagues. You may be seated. I'm now going to call upon DDG, GRC, Governance, Risk and Compliance, Mr. Matlangu, to come and brief us on the purpose of the event. Thank you.
Sorry, I'll have to destroy your settings. Right, Program Director, Directors, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers and Deputy Ministers, distinguished guests, colleagues and partners, EPWP participants, ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to all of you. I'm pleased to be here today for this Community of Practice session under the theme Transformative Impact of EPWP through Entrepreneurship and Skills Development. This is a valuable opportunity for us to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and collaborate on enhancing the expanded public works program to make a meaningful impact to participants, participants' lives. For 2 decades, the EPWP has created opportunities for numerous South Africans through employment and skills transfer and training. While we acknowledge this achievement, we need to consider how to transform or how to transition from short-term jobs to long-term economic stability for EPWP participants across the globe. How can we ensure that the skills acquired through the program pave a way for a sustainable livelihood? Knowledge plays a crucial role in this context. Let me quote Nicholas Kopernicus. To know that we know what we know, and to know that we do not know what we do not know, that is true knowledge. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is dedicated to enhancing knowledge management to ensure that valuable lessons are retained and utilized to inform policy strategy and implementation. The current Community of Practice is a key component of this effort, providing a platform to document best practices, exchange insights, and ensure that our decisions are based on evidence and past experiences. We speak and we seek to close the gap between what we know and what we do not know. Today's theme focuses on empowering participants in the EPWP's program to build their own futures by providing them with the skills and opportunities. We aim to go beyond just creating jobs and instead equip individuals to succeed in their broader economy through enterprise development, private sector partnership, and innovative skills program. Our goal is for every participant to leave the EPWP ready to thrive in the economy. A well-functioning knowledge management system is crucial for institutional learning, continuous improvement, and ensuring that the EPWP program remains responsive to challenges and opportunities. Knowledge management goes beyond collecting and storing information. It involves creating mechanisms for sharing knowledge effectively to inform strategic decision decision making. The Community of Practice aim to establish a culture where lessons from the past EPWP phases are turned into actionable insights for future policy and program development. Community of Practice play a crucial role in knowledge management by facilitating the exchange of tacit knowledge among stakeholders. Through structured conversations, valuable insights and expertise from practitioners can inform national strategies and enhance the institutional memory of the expanded public works program. This process helps identify successful practices in EPWP, exit pathways, and areas for improvement, such as effectiveness of entrepreneurship initiatives and alignment of skills development program with labor market needs. Knowledge-driven decision-making aims to address gaps and scale up successful interventions. Leveraging technology management is an essential digital platform. And digital platforms can help capture, store, and share information effectively, preventing knowledge silos within the department, the branches, the programs, and the communities at large, then the regions within the African continent. Centralized knowledge repositories, online learning platforms, and data dashboards can offer real-time insights into the program performance, enabling agile and informed decision-making. Let's acknowledge the important role each of us play in shaping the future of the EPWP program. Whether you are a policymaker, implementing agent, an academic, or EPWP participant, your knowledge is valuable. This community of practice is a chance to combine our expertise, collaborate, and strengthen the EPWP for the benefit of South Africa's vulnerable communities. Today's discussion will guide future planning and ensure our policies address the real challenges faced by communities. Your input is crucial, whether you're a policymaker, implementing partner, or EPWP participant. I urge everyone to participate fully, listen openly, and share boldly. Let's challenge our thinking, refine our approaches, and work together to create an EPWP that truly changes lives. Thank you, and I look forward to our discussions today.
Okay, now I have to adjust the equipment. I'm not as endowed with the height as the former speaker. Okay, thank you. Okay, so just a couple of announcements. We're hoping to have given you the OHS briefing by a representative from the hotel, but I'm informed they are not yet here. So please do bear with us. We will have that briefing when they arrive. But in the meantime, we do have bathrooms outside at the back there. If you get out and turn right, you will find bathrooms there for those who need the bathrooms. And another announcement is that there's free Wi-Fi in the house. There is no password. I think it's Bedwood Guest, so you can find it. It's open Wi-Fi. All right, so now we're going on with our program. We'll have a short video. As you know, that EPWP produces a lot of documentaries profiling the impact on the participants. And I had the privilege of being involved in some of these because I also have a passion. I used to be a television and radio actor in my previous life, and then I went to production. And then, I would try to wear many hats. Then I became an engineer at some point. So we'll play a video profiling just one of the videos to give you a sample. I think we'll play one from the Enviro sector in this now, and then we'll play an infrastructure one in the afternoon.
In Pietermaritzburg, an innovative environmental project is repurposing the challenge of alien invasive plants into sustainable furniture, transforming both land and lives.
So within the environment and culture sector, we have got 6 pillar programs. Amongst others, we had a program within this very same department, which we called Eco-Furniture Factory Program. If you go to KZN Invasive Alien Species Program, which speaks to the issue of eradication of alien invasive species, so that we can then contribute towards saving water by eradicating species that are not supposed to be there, which might be consuming water, and through that program we are then able to release water back into the system.
This journey from an invasive plant to a practical product begins with careful harvesting through to crafting furniture that serves communities, from school desks to eco-coffins.
I'm working here at this parish, which is Henley St. Raphael Catholic. We are in the Archdiocese of Durban. Now, coming to the reality of the furnitures in the church, I might confess that the time you arrived, it was quite, the benches we are here, they were quite poor. Just small pieces of benches, and we were not able to accommodate people very well.
Ukuba khona ke kwalama bench kusizile kakhulu ngoba besiguqa phansi kwi-floor. Ukhona ogogo asebekhulile asebephathwa amadolo. Uguqa obekungenza ukuthi kuze kugcine kwenza impilo zabo zingabi right. So njengoba sesinala mabhenji sekubalula nakogogo kube lula ukuguqa uphinde futhi usukume uphinde uguqa uphinde usukume njengoba sukuma kaninganyana. Ibandla ke lijabulile kakhulu ngokuthi isifiso sethu sokuba nalama bhentshi sivezekile njengoba sitholile lama bhentshi ngonyaka odlule u2023.
We thought of making the new benches, and that's why we came to know the value-added industry, the company which can help us to make the decent benches. It was, as a plan, a project was somehow a dream, but our dream became a reality from last year, 2023, the time the company offered the benches to the church, and you can see how beautiful they are. From then, I must say we are very happy and proud of what we have come to achieve at the church.
Kunabantu abakhona abasebenzi, we've got some chainsaw operators, we've got general workers. I-team nje le assign ukwenza into yaka harvesting. So bazobe benza i-tree cutting, i-cross cutting, as well as i-debranching yama alien trees.
We witness the impact firsthand in schools, churches, and funeral parlors, where the furniture not only serves a practical purpose, but also tells a story of environmental stewardship.
We are basically responsible for environmental management. One of the interventions that we are doing is to cut down the alien plant trees within the province. And then the thinking behind was to reduce that biomass so that we protect issues of fire that could come and burn the site that we've already cleared. You know, when you have high fires, then they'll possibly destroy the soil as well.
Experts and visionaries behind the project illuminate the process, celebrating the dual triumphs of conservation and community empowerment.
The Value Added Industries program employs around 165 EPWP participants, and of those, 78 of them are young people and 76 of them are categorized as women. And then we've got 4 people that are also categorized as to be living with disabilities. So I think the Value Added Industries program is technically a spin-off project, and one of the benefits that we sort of enjoy from the program is actually the skills acquisition or the skills transfer that we actually get to observe from the program, and I think just the entrepreneurial development and skills that people get to basically experience, because a lot of people exit the program to initiate their own companies, furniture making companies, and so they basically live off of the products that they sell.
EPWP ngiyithenge ngemali EPWP ekuyona umsebenzi engwenzayo, yona moto engisizayo, kodwa isifiso sami ukuthi ngithole imoto enkulu ngoba ngiyaqilazeka, kodwa ke sengikwazile ukuthola istart ngawo lo msebenzi engwenzayo, ngathenga yona le moto.
La ekhaya ka EPWP ngingene ngonyaka ka 2020 2021 ilapho engiqale khona ukuba ucontractor. Manje ngiba ucontractor bengi-unemployed graduate ecinga umsebenzi esikoleni. Into ebengiyifundele ngine-diploma in management. Ngase ngabona ukuthi angizame ngenye indlela, singavula inkampani nakhona ngithi angizame nangayo futhi amathuba. So ngaqala inkampani ekuyiyona engiqashwe ngayo la ekhaya. Nawuba ngingatholanga umsebenzi ukuthi ngiqashwe mina njengomuntu, kodwa ingisize kakhulu njengoba kuqashwe inkampani yami engikufundele kakhulu esikoleni. Ngiyakwazi uku-apply la ekhaya, kungifundisa okuningi ngoba esikoleni kwakuyi-theory kuphela, kodwa la ekhaya sekuyi-practical. Ngangifunda ukumanage ibhizinisi njengamanje leli enginalo engikwazi ukumanage.
Invasive alien species program is designed to control and manage the spread of invasive alien species. Hence, we're investing so much in the management of biodiversity at KZN.
So, project C2 is divided into 5 segments. So, our operations are from harvesting mill. So, this is where we actually send the tree felling operations. We have assigned the team tree felling and removal. We've got some chainsaw operators, we've got general workers. It's team assigned into yaga harvesting. So bazobe benza tree cutting, cross cutting, as well as the branching yama alien trees. From there, sizobe sesimuvela ku-segment yesibili, which is the sawmilling, where we actually convert ama-logs lawa into timber or into planks. Njana lawa nje kanje they've been converted kunentozana kuma-logs lala oku-gum tree. Ispecies ekuyisona esisitargethile le, it is u-gum tree oku-eucalyptus. Eucalyptus consume large quantities of water. For an example, lesisodwa nje isihlahla lesi sibamba amanzi angu-120 liters. So yona objective ke program ukuthi sizame ukuthi sicontrol ispread sama-invasive species la kwi-province yaKwaZulu-Natal with ikakhulukazi ama-species lawo ku-category 2 ngokwe-legislation ebizwa nge-Environmental Management Biodiversity Act.
We started with one product, which was the eco coffins. Mainly that project was meant to donate, to make coffins available for the communities that cannot afford or they don't have funeral covers and so on. And in such situations, if there is anything, any community or member of the community that councillors or leadership in the community knows, they'll write to the department, make a request, and then the coffin will be donated to that community.
We are preserving the ecology and the diverse natural species that we have. As a province, in our protected areas, outside of protected areas, because we believe the part of the economy of the province is actually based on the management of that biodiversity. Hence, we're investing so much in the management of biodiversity at KZN.
Participants gain invaluable skills, shaping both the material and their futures as they transition from learners to leaders in sustainable businesses. Success stories abound as individuals and the community at large embrace the benefits of this innovative project, marking a new chapter of sustainability and self-sufficiency.
Ngingakangeni EPWP ngisebenze efemini eMasonite Escort, kwathi emveni kwalokho ngaboshwa ngo-2005 July, ngagwetshwa u-life sentence, ngaphuma sengihlale 11 years ngo-2016 March 23. Ngabe-ke sengingena ngo-2017 kule program la ku-EPWP okuyiyona eyangisiza kakhulu empilweni yami, engakhile ngafunda umsebenzi kwaze kwabe sikuba isikhathi sokuthi-ke ngo-2021 ngavula-ke owami-ke manje-ke umsebenzi la engizengabe sengiqasha khona senginabasebenzi abayisithupha njenganamanje sikuwona umsebenzi engiwenza engifunde khona la ngaphakathi.
In Pietermaritzburg, What began as a battle against invasive species has blossomed into a beacon of innovation, proving that with creativity and collaboration, environmental challenges can give rise to opportunities that nurture both the planet and its people. Join us in supporting this remarkable journey of environmental innovation as we build a greener, more sustainable future together.
Okay, thank you very much. This is one of over 15 documentaries about EPWP and its participants, which you can find online or from the EPWP Communications Unit. Just to give you a sense, this particular one, we shared it at Africa level, and the Kenyans saw it, and they came last year, just like the Tanzanians this year, with Kenyans last year coming. They have a problem in Kenya with an alien plant called Prosopis jolliflora, which came from Australia, and it just takes over almost 75% of the area where it lands. And when they saw this, they said, we want to go to South Africa, because here, especially in Northern Cape, it's also a nuisance. And they are using it in South Africa to also make furniture out of this invasive plant called Prosopis jolliflora. And in Kenya, they are using it differently. As part of knowledge exchange, I was listening to South Africans and Kenyans exchanging knowledge how they use this plant. In South Africa, they make furniture. In Kenya, the pods of this plant, they are very sugary. So they make flour with them. They mix with flour and make cakes. They make wine out of it. They make stock feed out of it. And I could just wonder listening to both sides sharing knowledge about this. So what you are doing here goes to the rest of the continent and other countries. So don't take yourselves for granted. Thank you for that. We'll move on to the next segment.
Thank you, Kama. The stories in the video are really demonstrating the importance of the EPWP, especially as a vehicle for sustainable livelihoods in our communities. With that in mind, we will then move into the next session of our program, where we will allow the EPWP beneficiaries to come and share with us their first-hand experiences in terms of how the program assisted in transforming and empowering them. We have two of the beneficiaries that will come and share their testimonies.
Good morning, everyone. The person that is in front of you is Linjumo Otlane. I'm here to share my journey. Oh, sure. Okay, I'm here to share my journey from when I started from college until I become a qualified lift mechanic. My journey started like this. I matriculated in 2016. After matriculating 2016, I enrolled, I furthered my studies to a college, Central Johannesburg TVET College, whereby I obtained my N6 in mechanical engineering. After completing my studies in 2019, and then I got an opportunity to get a work experience or a work exposure through the program of NYS, which which I have spent about 9 months from 2020 until 2021. Yes, 2020 October until 2021 June. Yes. Through the journey of NYS, we got the opportunity in order to be exposed to a lot of skills work. But mainly I was placed under electrical engineering. But sorry, I forgot. I also studied electrical engineering, but I only studied from N1 until N2. Yes. But under NYS, because of there was no lot of mechanical work, they put me under electrical engineering department. Yes. But the nice thing about the NYS program, we got to get an exposure to a lot of skills work because of you were able to, I can say, maneuver around from one trade to the other, like plumbing. You could do plumbing, plastering, bricklaying, civil work, even civil work. Yeah, we did even civil work. Yes. After that, there was an opportunity for a apprenticeship for lift mechanic, which was held by a DPW, NSF, Agrisita, as well as EPWP. Yes, I was lucky. I was called for an interview. There, I passed the interview, and then I got the chance to enroll inside that apprenticeship, which was from 2021 until 2023. Yeah, the apprenticeship was so good because of the people from Agrisita, NSF, and the Publics. They were coming to see us through phases because of we had different phases, like phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Yes, they've been with us through all the journey, from the start until the finish. Yes, and then through that journey, we even got I forgot. Our host company, it was an artisan development college. We even got a chance to go for a competition, which was a BRICS Council lift competition, which was held in China. Yeah, we even got a chance to go abroad. We've never been abroad, but because of this program, we even got a chance to go abroad to even get in a flight. We never got in a flight, but through this program, we even got a chance to get in a flight to see how other people are living out there. Yeah, when you see me here, I've been to China. I've been international. Yeah. Yes, yeah. After that, I even got the opportunity to go. I even got the opportunity to trade. I traded late last year, around November. Yes, I traded last year. Through the program, we were placed into companies in order for practical exposure. But now, in the meantime, the company that I was under, through the practical exposure, they ended up absorbing me. Now I'm working there as a lift mechanic. The name of the company is R&DE. Yes, so actually I'm here to thank everyone. I'm here to thank EPWP, DPWI, NSF, and then Agrisita. I can't mention all of them. I don't know most of them, but I thank everyone who actually had a hand for me to be where I am today. When I'm here, I'm not just a person, but I'm a qualified lift mechanic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the testimonies, and we are trying to shift things around because our principal is about to arrive, so please bear with us. We're just shifting the program so that you are productive as well whilst we welcome him outside. So we're going to make that shift. And I don't know if Mr. Nsani is here. Yeah, I think let's use the next 3 minutes or so to do the introduction of the panelists, and then we will engage in other activities, and then we'll take a break during the time when we are preparing to have our principal come inside. But maybe we can just do that. Yeah. So Mr. Ansani is the acting DDG for EPWP, and he is the one who is going to introduce our panelists. Ideally, we introduce the panelists and bring them forward, but we'll just do that for now so that we use our time efficiently.
Program directors, ministers in absentia, esteemed guests and delegates, DDGs present here, and colleagues. My name is Musa Nsani. I'm currently the acting DDG, EPWP. In my past, I've had many titles. I'm still called by those titles even today. Some they know me as RM. So I'm still the same person. It's still me. My job today it's an easy one. I'm here to introduce the panelists for discussions that we'll have later today. I've got Mr. Norman Koza, an environmental and social risk management specialist with extensive occupational health and safety expertise, born in South Africa, with more than 20 years of experience in the field. Program coordinator and senior ESRM specialist for Skills Initiative for Africa, SIFA. He holds a master's in public health, occupational and environmental health. Mr. Koza has also served as the esteemed president of the Southern Africa Institute of Occupational Hygiene, a testament to his leadership and influence in the field. A technical member of RSA, that's the Republic of South Africa, National Department of Employment and Labor's Noise Induced Hearing Loss Regulation Review Technical Committee, the long one. Regional Environmental and Social Risk Management Specialist supporting the implementation of SIFA program in 8 SIFA member states. He joined the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, in 2017 as a TB and Occupational Health and Safety Project Manager. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Koza. Mr. Koza. Then I would move to, it's just introductions. You can just, I will move then to the next one. The next one is Mr. Zolisanani Ntlobongwana. Mr. Zolisani Ntlobongwana, the Program Manager for Youth Challenge Fund, YCF, at the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, is a passionate advocate for addressing youth unemployment as a critical national challenge. With a focus on stimulating innovative business, he actively engages in discussions surrounding opportunities for young entrepreneurs. Through the YCF, he tries to empower and support youth business owners in creating innovative solutions to tackle this pressure issue, emphasizing the importance of coordinated responses and disruptive technologies to drive positive change. Mr. Ntlobongwana, welcome. And then I have Ms. Penny Foley. She has worked in youth development in South Africa for many years. She was engaged in the development of the original National Youth Service Policy and each of the interactions to bring the policy to implementation from 1993 until 2004. Penny worked with the Expanded Public Support Program from 2005 to 2010, particularly supporting municipalities and provinces to engage with the EPWP requirements in the infrastructure sector, and was engaged in supporting the initial community work program interactions. Since 2014, Penny has worked with the Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator and has been most engaged in understanding the way in which public employment interventions can enable young people to start earning additional money equivalent to wages they were earning in the programs. Penny supported the development of the revitalized National Youth Service with the Presidential Employment Intervention, and most recently has been working with organizations engaged as implementers in either the NYS or Social Employment Fund to use digital content developed by Arambe to assist young workers to start earning while in these programs. Welcome, Ms. Petty. Oh, she's over there at the back. And then up next is Mr. Rakwena Sole Marupula. Building and Construction Learnership, Expanded Public Works Programs, April 2017 until February 2018. Building and Construction Learnership, Team Leader, Expanded Public Works Program, April 2018 to November 2018. Director Rakwena Foundation NPO, March 2019 to date. Apprentice Program, Expanded Public Works, January 2019 to August 2019. Health and Safety Officer, full-time TTTB Supply and Construction CC, August 2020 until June 2022. Project Manager full-time, TTB Supplying and Construction CC, July 2022 to June 2023. Health and Safety Risk Specialist, full-time with Corporate Gauteng Pty Ltd, July 2023 to date. Welcome, Mr. Marupula. Yeah. Okay. Then I'll move to Mr. Tumela Dichabe. We had a small discussion this morning, so I got to meet him first. Tumela Dichabe is a dynamic leader, business mentor, and project management professionals with a passion for driving sustainable economic development. As a youth gender specialist at TechnoServe, he is committed to empowering entrepreneurs, cultivating inclusive growth, and delivering impactful business solutions that transform their lives and communities. Tumela is also deeply passionate about inclusive entrepreneurship and skills development, particularly for marginalized groups. Through the Youth Ideas Development Program, he has worked closely with deaf entrepreneurs, ensuring they receive tailored business support, mentorship, access to economic opportunities. His work in this space highlights his belief that true empowerment means creating environments where everyone, regardless of ability, has the tools to succeed. Throughout his career, Tumelo has been a champion of women economic empowerment, recognizing that investing in women-owned businesses leads to broader societal impact. He has facilitated mentorship programs, skills development workshops, and enterprise support initiatives that equip female entrepreneurs with tools they need to thrive. Tumelo's work at TechnoServe aligns with his lifelong missions to build bridges between ideas and execution, ensuring that every entrepreneur, regardless of background, has the opportunity to succeed. His leadership continues to contribute to TechnoServe's vision, the vision of a world where all people can realize their full potential through power of business. Mr. Dichabe, welcome. I think I've got the last one, but not least. It's Ms. Sebul Manifeld. I think it's the colleague that I know very well. I've worked with her in the past on EPWP projects. Sebul is an accomplished consultant with a rich background in creating partnership-driven initiatives that promote sustainable development in both emerging and developing nations. With a career spanning over 25 years in the field of development, including international experience. She collaborates with governments, non-governmental organizations, and private sector entities to craft and execute strategies that foster impactful cross-sector partnerships. Her expertise lies in cultivating robust, mutual advantageous collaborations that harness resources and knowledge for ensuring social and economic progress. Cebu has effectively designed and managed strategies, programs, and projects across various sectors, including social services, education, health, infrastructure, mining, and renewable energy, all aimed at facilitating inclusive growth and empowerment. A fervent supporter of development solutions that are locally driven and scalable, Cebu has worked extensively in South Africa and Botswana, uniting a wide range of stakeholders to tackle intricate challenges. She earned a postgraduate diploma in executive leadership from Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University and a bachelor's degree in business management from Cape Town Peninsula University of Technology. She remains actively engaged with both global and local leaders to further the sustainable development goals. Beyond her consultancy endeavors, Cebu is dedicated to mentoring aspiring development professionals and plays an active role in community development through a Building Your Personal Brand program, which is founded on the belief that everyone is born with a seed of greatness. Welcome, Cebu Manfeld. See you. Welcome. Program directors, thank you very much. I think I've introduced all the panelists.
Thank you very much. I know that they've just been introduced, but because of the change in the program, they are going to come up front here after the break later on. So I just want them to hold their thunder. I know they are ready to release the thunder, but if you can hold that thunder until we come back. So what we're going to do now, colleagues, is to take a break. And before we take the break, there are exhibition stalls outside, and you'll be seeing showcasing of different artifacts, fresh produce. I'm assuming some of the things are for sale, so please do support our SMMEs. Open your wallets if there's something you can open your wallet for, and let's support them. Then we will be back here to continue with the program at 10:35. So we're going to have a 20 minutes break. As I mentioned earlier, the bathrooms are at the back, that side. And then if we can come promptly at 10:35, please, so that if our principals are ready, they need to find you inside. The way protocol works, you don't come in after the principal is in the room. The principal finds you in the room. So let's please observe time and be here by 10:35. See you later. Let me just confirm with Andy so that this Colleagues, there is somebody who drives a white Kia Sportage HW 13BC GP. Please, can you remove that vehicle? You parked behind security, so you are compromising security. That vehicle needs to be moved immediately. It is compromising security outside. If you know yourself, a white Kia Sportage registration HW 13BC GP, please. Are you in the house? Okay, please do the needful. Thank you. And also someone left a charger, laptop charger in the holding room. You can check with my colleagues. Okay. All right. Colleagues, those who are still standing, please find your seats so that we show the respect to the entourage when they come in. You know what to do when they come in, isn't it? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, our principals are walking in. If we can stand, please. Please, let's remain standing until our principals take their seats. Thank you. I'll just give a moment to our official paparazzi to take pictures. If you are not official, don't do it to disturb them. So I'll reintroduce myself and my co-moderator for the benefit of our principals who are not here. My name is Kamehle Sibanda, or just Kama for short. I'm happy to use the short version. I'm your co-moderator today with Karabo. Karabo.
Good morning once more, colleagues. I'm Karabo Sibati, the Chief Director, Strategic Management within the Governance, Risk and Compliance branch from the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. For the sake of time, we'll go straight to the program. Our principals are constrained for time, but they will share their knowledge with us whilst they are here. We'd like to recognize the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Dean McPherson, who is our official host for this community of practice. We also have with us the Minister in the Presidency of Tanzania, Honorable George Simbachawene, who is also sitting upstage. And then we also recognize the MMC for Development Planning and Real Estate, Honorable Nomadlo Zenkosi, who did the official opening and welcome for us. We also recognize the ILO Director for the Decent Work Team for Eastern and Southern Africa, and also Country Director for Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, and South Africa, Mr. Alexio Msindo. And we also have the Executive Director of the Tanzania Social Action Fund, Shadrack Mzirei. And then, well, I'll skip myself, I shouldn't be there, since I'm playing another role now. We acknowledge in absentia the DG for Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, Mr. Sifiso Mtagane, the Chief Director in the DG's office, Mr. Sean Cox, the Chief of Staff, Mr. Michael Bielefeld, and Media Liaison Officer, Mr. James de Villiers, DDG IGR, Mr. Lwazi Mahlangu, who has already graced our stage here, And then acting DDG for EPWP, Mr. Musansani, who also has introduced our panelist just before the tea break. And then the acting DDG for corporate services, Ms. Carmen Joy Abrahams. And then the acting DDG CPM, Mr. Abato Mukuotu. And Chief Director Infrastructure, Mr. Ignatius Ario. Chief Director Operations, Ms. Pearl Lukwago Mukera. And the PA in the Minister's Office, Ms. Lebo Ramela. And PA in the Minister of Tanzania, Presidents of Tanzania. And then we will proceed then with our program. Do bear with me and give me your indulgence if I seem to be rushing things, but we want to try and squeeze as much juice out of our principal. Well, we don't squeeze principal, but we want to receive as much juice as possible from our principals. Okay, I think that sounds better, isn't it? Yeah, we want to receive as much juice from our principals as possible. Okay, and then, so what we will do now is to have Ms. Abrahams come and acknowledge our dignitaries. Thank you, Ms. Abrahams.
Good morning, everybody. Our ministers would like us to know that there are many EPWP supporters, understanders, collaborators in the room. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Great. Thank you very much. And indeed, it is an honor to be able to introduce our dignitaries here today. I would then like to be able to start off by introducing our minister. It is Minister Dean McPherson. And Minister McPherson was appointed as the Minister of Public Works on the 3rd of July 2024. He is an experienced businessman, a politician. He's passionate about economic policy and job creation. He was also serving as a public representative since 2009, is initially as a local government councillor, and then in 2014 as a member of Parliament for the Democratic Alliance. During the 5th Parliament, which was 2014 to 2019, he served as the DA Shadow Minister of Trade and Industry and a whip in the National Assembly. He sits on the advisory board of the South African United Kingdom Chamber of Commerce in London, and in 2021, he was then elected as the chairperson of the DA in KwaZulu-Natal. He has extensive experience in policy creation, particularly in economic and industrial sectors. He has piloted 2 private members' bills, and he played key roles in several legislative processes. He has noteworthy achievements, including the negotiating of the signing of the DA Inkatha Freedom Party Service Delivery Pact in July 2023 to improve service delivery in hung municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal. He also provided leadership in the formation of the Government of Provincial Unity in KwaZulu-Natal in 2024, and he also holds a senior certificate from Crawford College, Lelusha, a certificate in public administration from the Swedish Institute for Public Administration, and a certificate in public policy from the London School of Economics. Now, that is the formal part, and I'd like to be able to then introduce our minister. Our minister has, if you have met him, and I think many of you have seen him on our public platforms, it's not very difficult to introduce our minister because so many people have seen the energy he has brought to this portfolio. Some of us have been in public works for the last 20 years, and we have had many ministers come in. However, let me tell you about Minister McPherson. Minister McPherson, for me, was one of the first ministers to go ahead and undertake a number of international visits. Many of you might have seen the one more recently in terms of the Middle East, and for us, it is just logic. If you consider the fact that the Middle East is resource rich, it is wanting to ensure that they diversify their economies and therefore could potentially serve as a good partner in terms of South Africa. They've also gone ahead and they've undertaken quite a lot of infrastructure development. So for that, we commend the minister in terms of his ability to have foresight and to recognize in order to be able to grow the economy, you need to bring in money within South Africa. Minister is a good visionary. He's passionate. It's easy to be able to relate to the minister, and I want him to be able to thank him for the work that he does in the department. He's passionate about making South Africa a construction site. And collectively, as his team, it is important for us to be able to show that we do not only understand problem statements, but we are also able to put forth practical solutions to be able to make that a reality. So, Minister, it's been an honor to be able to work with you and to experience your insight, your vision in relation to taking our department, and not only our department forth, but also taking South Africa forth. Then in terms of the other dignitaries I would like to recognize, thank you. I'm so very happy that the minister in Tanzania is able to be here with us. As the Expanded Public Works Program, we've had many years of partnering with our fellow countries, whether it be in Africa or whether it be in India. So we are truly honored for you, Minister, to join us here today, and also to have brought your delegation to be able to learn in relation to the work that is being done. The minister was born on the 5th of July, 1968, and is this Tanzanian CCM politician and a member of parliament for the Kibakwe constituency since 2005. He held the post of Minister of State in the Presidency's office, responsible for regional administration, local government, civil service, and good governance from November 2015 to September 2017. On the 21st of July 2019, he is assigned as the Minister of State in the Vice President's office, and on the July 23, 2020, he was appointed as the Minister of Home Affairs. On 10 January 2022, he was sworn in as the new Minister for Legal and Constitutional Affairs, and in 2023, he was appointed as the Minister of State in Public Service Management and Good Governance. We welcome you, Minister, and thank you very much for joining us here today. And we look forward to the best practice that will be shared at the Community of Practice in relation to Tanzania. Then we also would like to acknowledge Mr. Alexio Musundu, and he has over 25 years experience in the international development across Africa. He's the ILO Directory for the country office. He covers countries such as Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, South Africa, and as well as the Decent Work Team for the Eastern and Southern Africa. Previously, he held several leadership roles within the ILO, including being the representative in East Africa and the Horn of Africa, and special representative to the African Union and Economic Commission for Africa. Alexio began his UN career in 1998 as a program officer in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and has since led the ILO across multiple regional economic communities on the continent. Many of you will be aware that we have partnered with the ILO extensively for the many years in EPWP, particularly advocating for labor-intensive practices. We truly have a strong partnership. Myself have testified to the fact that in 2017, we were able to roll out the Start and Improve Your Own Business program, and with that, we've been able to train more than 8,000 EPWP participants on enterprise development. So we are indeed honored to have you all here, and we also then want to acknowledge the MMC, then from the metro within the Ukuruleni area. Thank you very much for being here and coming back. We know your program is very busy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abrams. I think we'll proceed straight with a message of support from the Minister in the Presidency of Tanzania. Looks like I might have to adjust the mic.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Mr. Dean McPherson, Member of Parliament and the Minister of Public Works Program, Republic of South Africa, Mr. Alexio Musindo, Country Director, ILO, South Africa, distinguished panelists, participants of the COP meeting, other government officials, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to first and foremost take this opportunity to thank God who has given us opportunity to attend this wonderful session. And I believe all of us are well and healthy, ready for the fruitful discussion ahead. In my capacity being a Minister of State in the President's office, responsible for public service management and good governance in the United Republic of Tanzania, I'm delighted to be part of this community of practice meeting this morning, together with my colleagues from United Republic of Tanzania. I sincerely wish to extend fraternal greetings from Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of United Republic of Tanzania, to you, and convey her appreciation for a historic cooperation between our sister countries. I would also wish to thank the government of the Republic of South Africa and you, Honorable Minister, and the entire team for hosting us since our arrival. In fact, they have made us feel at home and happy to be here. Many thanks to Mr. Alexio Musindo, the ILO Country Director, and his team for facilitating our visiting. The Tanzania delegation appreciates and feel honored to be part of this event. In Tanzania, Tanzania Social Action Fund, TASAF, has made a commitment to utilize public works program as a primary mechanism for social protection and also economic empowerment. We also wish to acknowledge for a substantial technical assistance that has been provided to TASAF by ILO in different areas, including capacity building. Honorable Minister, participants, ladies and gentlemen, the primary objective of this visit is to enhance cooperation between these two countries and learn from diverse of programs so as to gain insights of similar interventions being implemented in South Africa. This will, in turn, facilitate the sharing of information and experiences among participants to identify areas for improvement and to capitalize on successful initiatives. It is our expectation that this study, visit, and COP meeting will provide an avenue for us to learn more on achievements made for the purpose of imitating them and on challenges encountered for learning how best those can be addressed. Likewise, we anticipate the visit will as well enable you to learn from us. Honourable Minister, the technical part of what we are doing in Tanzania will be given from our CEO of TASAF, but my part is only the policy part, which, as I said earlier, that we appreciate for hosting us, and that we have, and we are in the process that we are learning from what you are doing here in South Africa. Therefore, Honourable Minister, distinguished participants, on behalf of my office and the Government of the United Republic of Tanzania, may I once again convey my sincere gratitude to you and to the Government of South Africa for the continued strong cooperation. Honourable Minister, distinguished participants, as a way forward, we still hope that our two countries will continue supporting each other for the benefits of our people. It is my expectation that by the end of this COP meeting and the study visit, we'll be in a position to identify new areas of collaboration. I wish all participants a fruitful meeting and meaningful deliberations. With these few remarks, Honourable Minister, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I would like now to request the ILO Director for the Eastern and Southern Africa Decent Work Team to also come and present his message of support. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, Honorable Minister in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Minister from Tanzania in the President's Office of Good Governance and Public Services. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with your permission, Gama did a long list of acknowledgements, so if I may just write on all protocol as given by the facilitator. Representing the ILO, it is my single honor to address you today, and quite happy to see that we do have a full house for this particular event, where we do reflect on the long-standing and fruitful association between the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and the ILO. Our collaboration does predate the Public Works Program, and we have been involved in partnering in designing previous initiatives such as the community-based public works programs since the 1990s. Also take the opportunity to welcome the Tanzania delegation led by the Minister, as they will also be sharing their experience and also learn from the South Africa's journey. There was a time, ladies and gentlemen, when we did believe that best practices would come from the North. However, over time, we do have best practices in Africa that we can share. And we have realized the value of learning from each other within the Global South. Your presence today is a testament of the shared experiences between Tanzania and South Africa. Honorable Ministers, since the inception of the EPWP program in 2004, the ILO has been a steadfast supporter and technical partner to the department. Our contributions have spanned over various areas, including institutional capacity building and training for public officials and private sector service providers. We have played a crucial role in developing the business plans, the guidelines, manuals, and technical briefs, some of which I've shared with the Minister earlier today. Beyond the institutional capacity development, this partnership has strengthened service delivery at community level, contributing to infrastructure development and providing income, skills, and confidence to the community. Mindset change has been a key aspect of the EPWP program. Within this mindset change, communication strategies based on evidence from both South Africa and globally, you have been central to our efforts. For those who were here earlier, I think you have seen some of the videos that have been produced. Convincing the policymakers of the program's impact and encouraging community participation. Additionally, we have documented projects and produced videos to showcase the transformative role that EPWP programs can play. As ILO, we do support member states in designing, formulating, implementing, and evaluating policies and programs aimed at addressing unemployment and underemployment through public investment, particularly infrastructure development. We work with government departments to influence public investments, making them more employment-oriented through knowledge development, capacity building, and technical advisory service. We do recognize that the construction industry and public works have significant potential for employment absorption. Construction workers account for approximately 7% of the global workforce, or around 200 million people. A large proportion of these workers are unskilled, and for many, including women, the construction sector does serve as the entry point for paid employment. The Employment Intensive Investment Program then provides that crucial link for these workers to integrate in the labor market. These workers then create value by transforming raw materials into essential capital assets for economic activities while delivering infrastructure-related services. Moreover, they do support local businesses and strengthen value chains within the communities. Over the coming days and the hours, we are going to share examples of how this is done effectively as part of the community of practice and learning. One sharing, which the DDG also did mention, is adding the entrepreneurship and skills development to the work. The ILO, we do have what we call the Start and Improve Your Business program, the Expand Your Business program, the Know About Business program that has been integrated into the EIP model. We are happy to note that 8,000 South Africans have already benefited from the program, and we do have similar work taking place in Tanzania. Under the auspices of the South-South and Triangular Cooperation of the ILO, we have facilitated outbound visits for South Africa to other countries such as Madagascar, who also have a good EIP program, to Ethiopia, where at times I say Addis Ababa is a construction site, to India, amongst others. These visits have provided valuable learning opportunities and fostered international collaboration. We also do have a training center in Italy that has hosted dozens of South African government officials and private sector to enable them to learn from and interact with other countries. Honorable Minister, South Africa also has a lot to share. We have had inbound visits that have come in, including from Vietnam, Sudan, Ghana, Zambia, Kenya, and now Tanzania joining the list. We do hope that the learnings that South Africa is giving and the learnings that other countries are bringing will make a difference, particularly on the ground. As we look into the future, ILO remains committed to partnering and collaborating with the department as you move into the phase 5 and beyond. We serve as your gateway to the global knowledge, assuring that EPWP continues to learn from, showcase its successes, benchmark against international best practice, and build capacity through similar public employment programs elsewhere. With these remarks, I do thank you for your attention and look forward to a productive day.
Thank you very much. I request Ms. Abrams to come and request. I don't have the credentials to ask the minister to come, and so I'll ask Ms. Abrams to assist.
Thank you very much. We have introduced the Minister prior. Thank you very much, Minister, for supporting the COP. Thank you for opening up your diary. We do know that the Minister has a very busy diary, but he recognized that the Minister of Tanzania was here, and we're therefore very thankful. Minister, you are speaking to a group of experts from public employment programs. We also have the Youth Employment Accelerator representative here, Harambe, who is very critical in terms of this particular public employment space. And we've got members from the various provinces and municipalities here. And with that, Minister, can I please ask you to come and deliver the keynote? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you very much. Thank you, please be seated. Carmen got the introduction really well, she nailed it. I didn't pay her for it. It was an extensive introduction. And really let me begin by thanking and recognizing her, as well as our acting DDG, for the immense passion that they have for this public employment program. It is a labor of love for our officials. And I really would ask that we give both of them a big round of applause for that. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome our special guest here today, the Minister in the Presidency from Tanzania, His Excellency Mr. Sambachwani, the City of Ekurhuleni, MMC, for Development Planning and Real Estate, Ms. Nkosi, as well as our partner, very crucial partner in the International Labour Organization Country Office Director, Mr. Musindo, as well as all of our representatives from across the country here today, and our partners. Very nice to hear that some of our partners are here. I had a fabulous meeting with some of them not too long ago, and just inspiring to see the work that they are doing. I have a big passion for public employment, and I am absolutely committed to seeing it become a center stage for restoring dignity in people's lives across the country. And so today's meeting and conference, Community of Practice conference, is really about ensuring that that pathway to dignity is only not just spoken about, but also realized. As we celebrate 20 years of the EPWP program, today provides us with an important opportunity to reflect on the successes of the program, but also how to take it into the future. But most importantly, it provides us with an opportunity to evaluate and discuss where the program maybe has not lived up to its ideals, and how we start to think about its implementation into the future for us to deliver on that dream and goal of dignity. Because 20 years since the formation of this program, it's important to reform areas of concern, but also to ensure that participants and the public and those who need programs like this the most receive the maximum benefit from it. And that's why we are gathered here today, to have those frank and honest conversations, to ensure that we drive EPWP forward into the next 20 years of its existence. Ladies and gentlemen, I would argue that we are not here just to simply have a talk shop, but we are here to have those open and honest conversations about how EPWP can grow from strength to strength. And today we are having this important gathering to lay the foundation for the next 20 years of its existence. Ladies and gentlemen, Minister, colleagues, shortly after I entered office in July of last year, I wanted to embark on an EPWP listening tour, which would allow communities across the country to tell me about their experiences, and so I could hear firsthand about the work that it is doing the pivotal role that it is playing, and also about some of the opportunities that are available to us to make it better. From the Eastern Cape to KwaZulu-Natal, and this Thursday I will be in the Northern Cape, it's encouraging to see how the program has helped to upskill millions of people, as well as contributing to their personal growth and development. In many communities across the country, EPWP plays an important role in improving people's lives, not only through job opportunities, but through skills, and also the construction of the all-important Welesizwe bridges. And last week or 2 weeks ago, we were in Mpumalanga to further reflect on the work that EPWP did there. In many communities, we must admit that life is better because of the impact that EPWP has delivered. And during these public hearings and meetings, I've repeated a number of times that it's important that EPWP is empowered to continue to provide these important services to communities, and that the program be strengthened in the months and years ahead. I've also mentioned that during this term of the 7th administration, the program must be reformed and strengthened so that we are able to deal with reports of patronage, corruption, and other unfortunate elements that have also crept into the program. In too many communities that we've visited since entering office, we've heard these deeply concerning reports over and over, and they are too frequently reported and too well documented to ignore them. And so that is important that we review the role that local municipalities play, as well as ward councillors. That has been brought up a number of times. We've also heard, unfortunately, how opportunities have been sold for cash, or even worse, in exchange for sexual favors. And let me underline that this is completely and utterly unacceptable. And any official or politician that is caught in that sort of misdemeanor or corruption will not hold office in the Department of Public Works. I will ensure that they are immediately arrested and that they face full prosecution on the spot. We cannot stand by and allow this sort of thing to happen. We've also heard in many communities how EPWP opportunities were only given to individuals affiliated with certain political parties or became a jobs for Pell scheme. And we've also heard in the program that, which was intended to provide temporary relief, has become a full-time employment scheme in some municipalities. And in one case, we heard an individual was able to accumulate 30,000 Rand a month just through cooking the books. And that is also completely unacceptable, and there's an investigation that is going on there. So, in the testimonies of failures that we've heard, this is what must compel us to start the work to rethink and reimagine the program's implementation and opportunities. And it's an imperative that a program like EPWP serves communities first and not individuals. We should therefore have these frank and open discussions about how we can strengthen oversight, governance, and embrace transparency through regular and independent auditing, as well as technology. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward into the next phase of the EPWP program, I look forward to having your ideas put on the table. We are not the sole masters of ideas in the department, and we want to hear from you about how this program can serve the communities that you work in. As I mentioned earlier, and as we've seen in Mpumalanga 2 weeks ago, where 160 EPWP participants received certificates of participation and acknowledgement of their skills in the construction of 4 Wellisizwe bridges, the EPWP must become a pathway to skills development and ultimately permanent employment. These EPWP participants can now use these certificates as proof of experience when they apply for permanent employment elsewhere. The partnership between EPWP and Wellisizwe is just one example of how skills training is being put into action, providing immediate employment while simultaneously improving infrastructure in rural communities. And we should replicate this across the country. After completing participation in EPWP, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues, I want to see participants use these skills and experience to find meaningful long-term employment in the built environment. And I think it's entirely possible. We should and must position training and skills transfer not just as a requirement, but it must become a stepping stone to a better life filled and underpinned by dignity. Participants should leave the EPWP program with the necessary knowledge to know how they can use those opportunities in their communities. And ultimately, they should leave more skilled and with more opportunities than when they first arrived. Friends, colleagues, Minister, it's my firm belief that the EPWP can be reformed to work closer with the private sector to deliver long-term and real job opportunities to participants. Through apprenticeships in the private sector, this program has the opportunity to become a catalyst for job creation across the length and breadth of our country. Today, I look forward to discussing how we can achieve this vision of a reformed EPWP that brings dignity, because it is a vision that I am determined to achieve at all costs, and we will know whether we are successful through the results that we will see in years to come. As part of our rethinking of the program and the specific outcomes we would like to achieve, it will be important to discuss how we measure that tool of success. Should we measure ourselves on the number of opportunities alone created, or the number of permanent employment opportunities that we help find participants? It's a question that we should answer. Do we care about how many people receive payment at the end of the month, or how many people we are able to meaningfully transfer skills to? It's important that we decide these metrics before we start to implement the new reimagined version of EPWP. It should also be the North Star that guides every decision we take. If an intervention does not achieve its intended goals, the intervention should be reconsidered. And therefore, as we begin to work to reform the program, it's important that we start to work on a closer track to achieve these metrics and how to measure them versus our intended goals. And importantly, how do we implement monitoring and evaluation to become a cornerstone of the implementation of this program? Because without proper monitoring, we simply will not know whether our interventions are successful. And we will never know whether an alternative approach may achieve better results. So tracking these key metrics will tell us whether we're headed in the right direction or whether we urgently require a change to our approach. Today, I look forward to thinking about these metrics and hearing from you around how we will measure our success and how we can start to monitor them. I'm truly grateful that all of you want to work with me and want to work with our department to lay a future foundation for EPWP. As I mentioned, we're not just here to have a talk shop, but we are here to have these conversations. Over the period of 20 years, EPWP has become the cornerstone for many communities. And for the next 20 years, we must ask, how do we make it a bigger cornerstone for those communities? This is why you have been invited to join us here today. And it is also clear that if we don't work together, we will not achieve these collective goals. Partnerships are key for my department, for my ministry, and for all of us here today. And that's why I'm so grateful to have the ILO here, and who have been partners of us and for us in so many ways. I also understand that this partnership comes to a formal end sometime this year, but I want to today announce that we will urgently begin discussions with the ILO on how we can further extend this partnership for many more years to come, and I will direct my officials to begin this process as early as tomorrow. So Carmen, I'm looking at you. I have no doubt that in the room with us here today are some of the brightest minds in South Africa who can help us innovate approaches, who can help develop innovative approaches and find solutions. I'm also looking forward to seeing these plans and solutions that we develop by the end of today and as we go forward. And as any of my officials will be able to tell you, I will want to see those plans and I will read them line by line myself, and we will scrutinize them and we will make sure that it is what we are looking for. Often, I think you can ask some of the senior officials, they get emails from me at all times of the morning or at the night, and I'm making inputs and saying, I don't agree with this, or let's do that. So I'm a minister that reads all of the fine print and the details. So please make sure you put as much detail in the document as we go forward. In the weeks and months ahead, I also want to continue to be a political champion for this program. It needs a political champion, and I am prepared to do that on your behalf. We have even had the tough discussions with National Treasury to stop cutting budget allocations for EPWP. We can't be asked to provide more jobs with less money. And so I'm prepared to go into the lion's den on your behalf, but I need you to stand with me and to support me to make EPWP the program that I know it can be. So with your continued support and collaboration, we will be able to serve our communities and uplift millions of people across this country through skills transfer and permanent employment that provides dignity for them and their families. I therefore invite all of you to continue to do the work that you have been doing, to join us on this exciting journey, and to make EPWP better and bigger for the next 20 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Whilst I still have the Minister and others standing, we are going to move to another session of gifting, but maybe they can take the seats. Andy and Tim, where are you? Okay, as Andy and Tim come, maybe I'll just want to mention one thing, Honorable Minister. I'm not an emotional person, but when you spoke, I almost cried because I've been involved in making over 15 documentaries about EPWP and the impact. And we spoke about the Wellisizwe bridges, and I recall when we were filming, I had to go to the car to cry because we visited schools where we were told girls were raped in the forest looking for a place to cross the river because the normal roads were flooded. We were told of women giving birth on the side of a flooded river because they couldn't get to the clinic. All sorts of stories that we had. People crossing the river in drums and things like that. But we'll share the videos with you and we'll see some of the testimonies. Sorry, my voice is cracking. It took me to that uncomfortable space. But I'm glad that that particular place, a bridge was constructed. And they were happy that those stories were behind them. Okay, Andy, so are you ready? Are you ready, Andy, so and your team? Otherwise, we'll ask someone to tell us an EPWP joke. Okay, please come to your thing so we can release our principals. Oh, are the cameras ready? The official cameras and the unofficial ones. Okay, tell us, can we have a mic, please, so we know what's happening? Can we have a roving mic? Who has a roving mic? Andy, so please tell us what's happening.
Whiskey? Well, we just wanted to obviously thank our guests for being here, and just a small token of our appreciation for the support that you provide us. Firstly, as the ILO, hugely important. And as I said, I've directed my officials that we will begin the process and discussions as early as tomorrow of how we can move forward with the next phase of our collaboration. But just thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me say, ladies and gentlemen, that when I got an email to say that the minister was coming and he wanted to participate in our program, my office said, sorry, Minister, you've got X, Y, and Z, and you're so busy. And I said, no. When we have a minister from the continent coming to South Africa, other people must move their programs. So I'm very grateful that the minister came all the way from Tanzania, and we've put a action-packed program together for him over the last 2 days, and then tonight or tomorrow he goes to Cape Town. I've now been invited to visit his wonderful country, which I'm very much looking forward to. And he was actually just remarking to me now that he is totally inspired by this program. So thank you very much, Minister, for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to our wonderful MMC, who has also joined us here. I saw on social media this morning that you were here bright and early this morning. You were here welcoming everyone, and it's great to have our partners in local government, because we know that local government play an important role in this program. And so thank you, MMC Nkosi, for being here as well this morning.
Thank you. Just to mention that our Tanzanian delegation is not just here for today only. They already went on 3 site visits yesterday. They were telling me about a good one also at a dinner which they saw in Joburg on the maintenance of buildings, and I said I have to see it because they were talking non-stop about it. But tonight they are flying to Cape Town. Tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday, they will visit another 4 projects in Western Cape. So just for you to know that. And then thank you so much. I am aware that Honorable Minister has other urgent engagements. So whenever he feels like, I'm not saying he should leave. Obviously, he's welcome to stay the whole day, but whenever he feels, when you see him standing up, please do the needful. But otherwise, the program will continue. Oh, a big one. I've been fact-checked. I've been told that I forgot to acknowledge the presence of the CIDB CEO in the house, and yet you are using his bags to give gifts.
Sorry, I should have acknowledged Bongani Dladlo, who's here, the CEO of the CIDB, a great friend of ours. And let me tell you what, if you ever want anything organized in the last minute, ask the CIDB. I phoned them about 2 months before the conference that we had on the construction stoppages last year, and I phoned him and Kulile, and I said, guys, I need some help, we're in trouble here, and they went and did it. So what they don't know is I tried to phone Kulile last night, I didn't get through to him, but I'm tasking you to organize the second version of this year, so I'll just leave you with that. But thank you so much to the CIDB as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. We will now continue with our program. We have heard from our principals in terms of the impact of the program and also laying the foundation in terms of the pathway that the program will be taking in the not so far future. Now we are on the best practice on exit pathways. As the program launches the phase 5 in South Africa, we saw it fit that we also share the lessons learned from our colleagues. We'll request one of our colleagues from Tanzania to come and give us a talk in terms of the best practices on the exit pathways, which will lay the foundation in terms of how it will unfold and impact in terms of our South African version of the EPWP. Let's give her a warm South African welcome.
Distinguished guests and all participants, good morning. My name is Philippine Murray, the Unified Registry of Beneficiaries Manager on Tanzania Social Actions Fund, and we call it TASF in the acronym. And I'm very honored, I and other team, ED and other members to join the COP. And we'll share a bit on what the program does and exit on PSSN program. To start with, is that the projector is on behind me, and so I'll take this one to bring the overview of the TASF. TASF is among the Tanzania initiatives established on year 2000 with aiming of reducing poverty and vulnerability among Tanzanians households. We have implemented phases, 3 phases. TASF 1 and 2 was from 2000 to 2012, and now we are implementing TASF 3, which is implementing productive social safety net, which is a PSSN, and the first one was from 2012 to 2019, and currently we are implementing the second phase from 2020 to end of September this year. And the objective, as I said, is improving access to income earnings opportunities on socio-economic services for targeted households while enhancing and protecting the human capital of their children. And the productive social safety net implements 2 major components, which are productive household support and strengthening institutional capacity and integrated delivery. And you have 3 subcomponents, which is CCT, conditional cash transfer. We have public works and targeted infrastructure, and the public works is the theme of today. And we have livelihood support, which is the pathway for graduation. This is a systematic approach of PSSN to support poor households. It's a community-based program. So we start with community targeting, then those who are targeted are enrolled in the Unified Registry of Beneficiaries. And from there, we trigger the interventions that start with CCT. We go with our public works, and then finally with livelihood enhancement. And during those time, we have education in health, That is a responsibility of those beneficiaries and nutrition. And we have other activities that make their household to exit the program. The productive social safety net on the cash transfer will be elaborated that this is conditional and unconditional. And for the CCT, we do provide eligible household to enable them to ensure minimum level of consumption. We invest in productive activities, build resilience against shocks, and mostly for their children on healthy and education. And this aiming at breaking the intergenerational transmission of poverty. And we have direct support to households with no labor capacity, those unable to work, and we provide for child grants 0 to 18 for the purpose of service on health and education. And we have a disability grant provided for those households living with people with disability, and you have human development transfer on conditional and health. So you find this condition and unconditional. We do have cash payment for those who cannot have e-payment, though we advocate and continue to promote the adoption of e-payment methods to minimize cash-based risks. So cash payment, fortunately, it goes to the need, the person who is entitled to get the benefit. And we do use, for those beneficiaries that without bank or mobile wallets, we do use the GEP as a network. So we have MNOs that are selected to provide those benefits, and we authenticate use national ID number so they can get those in the designated areas. The area of public works, it's empowered, the public works program empowers communities by creating assets and that provide employment opportunities for beneficiaries, households, that they generate condition income to smooth consumption and mitigate the impact during the lean seasons. And through public works also, beneficiaries receive temporary employment, this at least for 6 months. And as I said, during lean season, the contribution to both communities and the community itself that you find the beneficiaries received and the communities that they get at large. And this initiative prioritizes projects with high labor intensive that we utilize 75% and unskilled labor, and 25% we use procurement of necessary tools. So you find it's labor intensive. And this program provides wages to participants with labor capacity, and as I said, it's over 6 months. We do, as a country, implement their poverty reduction project, and we are in phase 4. And the Tanzanian TPRP4 has objective for reducing excessive poverty and privileged communities. You find that we have the intervention, and with the interventions that we have the program that we do. And TPRP4 is currently implemented in the 4th phase, as I said, and it has a group of categories that we do. Public works program, we targeted infrastructure development and income generating activities. So later we'll see in percentage-wise how it's distributed. And this TPRP4 is being implemented for now it's in 5 regions of Tanzania, although we have 28 regions. Then we'll find why they are the areas that need it the most. And this visit, as we are team here with experience, serves as our information sharing and experience exchanging platform aimed at positively contributing to the forthcoming program. As I said, it will end on September this year. So from the learning, we'll be able to design the forthcoming program. And as I said, in a percentage point of view, this is how the distribution is shared. You find the income generating activities with sub-project of 9,007, we have 39.3%. followed by education sector, 495 sub-projects with almost 33%. We are followed with health sector with sub-project of 262, about 17%, and we have road with 120 sub-projects with about 8%, and the remaining 3% is 44 sub-projects, other sectors including water, agriculture, environmental, and livestock. This targeted infrastructure is among the programs that we do. And TID program is dedicated to establishing basic services, facilities to underserve those needs areas that aiming to complement the government and the efforts made. If you remember, there was a condition during their CCT program. So in order for them to comply, so the supply side is provided in this program that we do. The goal is of this infrastructure development is to ensure the children from beneficial households have access to essential services, especially those needing to meet the condition of health and education, about the classes and health facilities they are needed. And this program is jointly funded by the government and development partners, including the World Bank and OPEC Fund. Now we go to the foundation of graduation out of poverty. CCT, public works, now we go for livelihood enhancement, which has two main components. We have basic livelihood support. And this program is implemented in whole the country, which we have 186 project area authorities, including Tanzania mainland and Unguja and Pemba in Zanzibar. And in this livelihood program, we do promote saving and investment, and about not more than 15 beneficiaries households are voluntarily form a saving group. Of course, in that saving group, they have their own agendas and wherever they decide as a group, names and all the things that they will prefer. And then TASAF supports in those formed group by providing training, coaching, mentorship, stationaries, and linkage to extension workers, depending on what, if it's agriculture, livestock, whatever they'll decide. And the second component is enhanced livelihood support that provide a more comprehensive set of livelihood support to selected beneficiaries with labor capacity only. Those include saving promotion, entrepreneurship skills, and livelihood productive, that they are given a set of, like capital sort of, with a limit. And the basic livelihood support, and as you can see, we have cumulatively, we have saved over 68,000 saving groups with over 900,000 members, that you find about 5% are females and the rest are males, and amounting to TZS, 14 billion, and in their loan within the groups, about 7.6 billion TZS. So you find that they are doing better in their perspective during the way of getting out of poverty. So selected household under this sub-project is that they select household to receive entrepreneurship training and productive grants to encourage the formation of micro enterprises and support sustainable entrepreneurship initiatives. And as we said, we produce some services. We mentor them, of course, access to market after production. Where do they get their products? Things like packaging and other needs that to make their product well appreciated in the market. And this grows successful in the long-term ventures. As I said, we did that. It's not only in this done in all country, as the the whole program goes in 186 project area authorities. This is done partly in only 63, and it's actually cost, and we learn from every phase, so we are only in the 63 project area authorities. And this coaching and mentorship have been conducted for those beneficiaries who receive productive and effective to utilize the grants and improve the income generating activities. This picture is a model of those who receive the productive benefits. You see how happy they are. So as the TASAF, we have to look where those are going to be sold. The market is the best way to give them hope to continue with their production. We do have a graduation model under the PSSN, and this is structured around the core pillars where beneficial households receive integrated, sequential, and time-bound interventions that at least for 4 years. Those interventions as mentioned. And the implementation starts with cash transfer, as I said, public works, and then finally bring to the economic independence through livelihood enhancements, and also saving groups for saving the groups. I mean, the skills you find the saving groups, people build confidence, meet people, different ideas and things like that. Therefore, for the PSSN, the alternative approaches is that we have 4 ways of graduation. That for those integrated approach that they have used all 3 interventions, they can exit. We have those, they don't have all those 3 interventions, but they have complete the full package, including that basic and productive grant, that they have basic skills. They are able to graduate from the program. We have recertification. This is a process of reassessing the household assets, how from the criteria that they made them enter in the program, now we reassess using the same criteria. If they qualify, they exit the program. And as of now, we have about 20% that they qualify through the recertification. We also have voluntary quit. We have those that they exited voluntary by seeing that they have acquired enough, and they decided by themselves to shift out of the program. And those are by signing the consent to make not coming back and say that they were chased out of the program. And this is a simple model of exiting the program for the PSSN. However, they join the program using a certain criteria, and they leave after acquiring a certain number of assets from what they enter. For instance, beneficiaries are not able, so those enrollment criteria, the opposite is true. So if we'll say beneficiaries are not able to obtain at least 3 meals per day, and they have to be balanced diet, then to exit, they have to acquire that. Those under 5 children cannot attend a health clinic, then they are able. And beneficiaries' children are not attending school because of their conditionality or condition that they have, poverty level. And now they have it, or they can attend. Beneficiaries have no any income generating activities, and as of now they have acquired. Beneficiaries don't have any asset to, like they don't have a piece of land, house, or any livestock to take their life forward, but now they have acquired. And beneficiaries are not part of saving groups. They are marginalized, they can't even meet, but now they can, so they can be able to move out of the program. Those are just elaboration of the voluntary quit and the recertification that was done. And we have improved, as I said, about 20% beneficiaries have exited or graduated from the program via recertification. We have those almost 400,000 in different ways. We have those through livelihood enhancement, we have through recertification, we have those with a voluntary exit. And this has to be known and countrywide, and the media is encouraged to play the key role in delivering accurate and timely information about the exit of beneficiaries, that ensuring the public stays informed and empowered to make decisions, that if they are told how the program works, so they will be easy to understand rather than conflicting the government. And we have outcomes that have come from the implementing this program. About over 1.3 million households with 5.2 million beneficiaries were enrolled in the program. Mostly includes elder, children, and vulnerable groups, not to forget the disabilities. And currently then those who are beginning, we have those who have already exited the program. So currently the registry or the remaining part is about over 900,000 with 3.8 million beneficiaries. And all they are still receiving the benefits, different interventions from the program. And over those 60 saving groups are established, as I said, with their savings and loans that they provide. And over 1,000 targeted infrastructure, 1,500 targeted infrastructures projects have been implemented cumulatively. And over 4,500 students from the poor household have earned the high learning loans. They are given priority, you can imagine, from the lower level that you are not expecting to reach that high. So over that number, some of them, they're employed. And well, if you visit our country, they can give the testimony, the path they went through up to that level. And we have challenges, of course, during implementation. Mostly it can cut across, but the unpredictable outbreak of pandemic disease and natural disaster disrupt the timely delivery of service to beneficiaries and threaten to undergo gains under poverty reduction. For instance, during the coronavirus, that was a problem to both of us. No communication, so the delivery of service was problematic as well. We have natural disaster. Tanzania, some areas are impacted by floods, too much rainfall, landslides, and some other natural disasters as well, drought, and to mention the few. Event of impact climate change, which is sub-Saharan Africa are going through. Climate change has massively affected the commercial product, the food, and things like that, that have compromised the sustainability to the asset accumulation, thereby limiting the achievement of expected result in terms of proximity to essential services. And non-compliance by some implementers, as I said. We are working with 186 productive area authorities, you can imagine, with MOUs. It's very hard to shape them to make them deliver at the same time. So you may find some are lagging behind, and this sometimes brings the audit queries and potential breaches to program integrity. And we collaborative initiative with other partners and stakeholders. We have way forward that will ensure the success of the program. We prioritize collaboration initiative with the development partners, implementing partners, that productive area authorities, and other stakeholders in specific projects that are aligned with the program objectives. That are such initiatives that the Climate Smart Works project, which aims to address climate change, mitigation, and adaptation through sustainable agriculture practice. Of course, on the process of developing the coming program, we'll consider that as well. Government is in preparatory of the next phase program to continue with the positive impacts. We take their challenges as our strength, so we take them to support the poor household in the country. So I beg your recommendation and importance towards the new program. I beg to say thank you for your kind listening.
What an insightful presentation. I'm sure we're all encouraged as EPWP practitioners and on various spaces in terms of the possibility that this program can do, and also the sustainability element of it, which is the journey that South Africa will be embarking on. I think it is always good to hear from beneficiaries real life testimonies in terms of the potential of the program. We are now going to call upon one of our EPWP beneficiaries, Mr. Soli Moropola, to also come and share with us what her journey has been like and also how he has benefited from the program. Oh, there he is. Mr. Moropola, I thought you nearly ran away. Stage fright, it does happen. Let's give him a round of applause, colleagues.
Greetings, everyone. I just want to take this moment and thank the EPWP NYS program for affording me this opportunity to talk. My name is Rakwena Solimarupola. I was one of the beneficiaries that participated in the year 2017-2018 and then 2019 to 2020. I participated in 3 programs of public works, which is learnership in building and construction. I was once a team leader also in building and construction. Then lastly, I was a part-time student for electrical. So I just want to tell the people that are gathered here today that public works is doing great when coming to community of practice. The product today, when I look back and then where I am, I'm so proud of myself. I'm so proud that I have taken this program. I didn't take it light because it has shaped how I see my future. It has contributed importantly in my upbringing. Today you are speaking to health and safety specialist who once wanted to become an electrician. It was through the program of EPWP when I was still pursuing electrical that I saw a space in safety. And I said to myself to say, I'm going to study and be a safety specialist in a consulting company. What I'm telling you is that today it's happening. I did my program certificate, 2 of them with UNISA. I did diploma with UNISA, which I graduated last year in safety management, and then I'm finishing up my BTech as we speak. In May, I'll be writing my final examination. And then to the young people that are participating in these programs, it is not about the stipend. It is not about the orange PPE. But I can tell you, it is about the opportunities that they are presenting before you. I took it as an opportunity, and I saw a space. Today, I'm living that dream. And then it was 2019. I was in Joburg attending a pre-teens program where I gave birth to a 6-year-old this year, non-profit organization that deals with education. I'm the founder and the director of it. In one of my speeches, I do tell learners to say, I'm the product of your sisters that you see on the streets wearing the orange PPE. If they take that program as serious like I did, definitely they are going somewhere. Today, we are ensuring in Ragona Foundation that learners get opportunities in tertiary. We are ensuring that learners do apply on time. They get an information, tertiary information, because the reality is there's a gap between the IEB and the basic education. And it is in those communities that more future is there, but then they are lacking information. They are lacking brothers like me and you wearing an orange PPE to go back home and say, we are learning a lot. And then I would advise to say, the youth, the mothers, the brothers, fathers in this area, let's encourage our communities to participate in this program because it breathes life. I am what I am today because of this project. From being a learner to becoming a team leader to becoming an electrical student. And I didn't stop there. I went further because Mr. Fojela once said this to me. He was my project manager. He said, do you look at the mountain? It is only when you arrive at the top that you see the best view. So the person who's on the ground is not seeing the beauty of the view compared to the one who's on the top. So I will tell you this today, that take this as an opportunity of climbing a ladder. Take this as an opportunity of changing your future and the future of others that are coming behind you. It is this, through these programs that many are leaders today. Like the minister said here, he said that we will wish and we want to achieve this, that learners that are participating in this program, they use the opportunity to go out there and become something else. So don't take it as a mere stipend. Don't take it as a mere opportunity of closing that gap of unemployment, but take it as a huge and big opportunity. Let's not stop the public works people. I urge you, because I'm the product of you. Today I urge you that let's not stop. Let's make sure that these programs run successfully so. We know of such projects like this that stopped along the way. Let's avoid them stopping up until they get the certificate of completion and then they can use it to find employment. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moropola. I'm sure the colleagues here are inspired to the call of action that we continue, that even with the hurdles and challenges in the program, especially as mentors, let's shoulder on and continue to encourage the participants, irrespective of the challenges that we might encounter, because it's part of the journey. You are a true leader. We are truly inspired. For the communications team, I wish that clip could also be stored and shared with the entrance into the program in the future, because I'm sure it's empowering, and I'm sure it will go a long way to also encourage those that will be joining the program. Let's not lose that message. It came from the heart, and it was a call for action, and I think we can use it to continue to empower those that will also be joining the program. Colleagues, we are running a little bit late, but not so late. We will now continue in terms of taking the presentations from our colleagues, the first one being Mr. Norman Khosa from the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD. The key of this presentation is to also look into enterprise development models that will also assist in terms of making sure that there's that transition to getting the program to be more sustainable. Is Mr. Koza here? Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Koza.
Thank you very much, and good morning or good afternoon. Yeah, powerful, isn't it? It's not about stipend. It's not. Thank you very much for that quote. I'll take it with me wherever I go. It's not about my salary. Thank you very much. So my name is Nomen Koza, as they've introduced me. I will present on the topic entitled Enterprise Development as a Catalyst for Change, but looking at the work that we are doing within African Union development agencies and agents of African Union. So just for a background, in terms of where we are coming from. I put something there, but I wanted, to put into you looking into South Africa where we are right now. Why these programs are important? Why should we take them? When you look at the matric pass, rates for this year, it was 87%. And out of 87%, only 47, or if not 46, were qualified to go to universities. And when you trickle down, you go to UJ. UJ had a capacity of only 10,500 students to take, new students, to accommodate. But they received more than 600 applications. Just picture it in terms of that. And see how many of our people actually are not getting access to education, and how these programs actually help us to catalyze, development so that we can realize the Africa we want as per the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. So these programs are important in terms of, social change, job creation, and different areas. So when you look to in that gaps, you can see that even Africa, we have got majority of the population in Africa is young people. Majority of the employment contribution in Africa is informal sector, and obviously universities can't solve all these programs, and that's why we also talk to governments to look at that area. I don't want to go into the definitions of enterprise development and, but what is critical in that area, I think we need to focus on economic growth. When you look at our countries right now, statistics, you talk about wars that are happening. They are happening because we are not growing when it comes to economic. We are not creating decent, employment or jobs. We are not reducing poverty as we would have wanted to have contributed. And those actually, they trickle down and make sure that we all, find ourselves in a situation where we cannot get ourselves out. If you get the young people who were sitting here, and I'd love to see, maybe they're still coming, I'd love to see women also giving testimonies as well. If you see the two young men who came here, if I go to them and say, let's go kill someone, I'll give you cigarettes, do you think they will agree with me? They won't agree, because they have got a higher purpose now. You hear someone saying, you are looking at a qualified someone who's proud of being that. And that's what we're doing in terms of, jacking up our economies in Africa as well. But also, if we have got more young people working, you are increasing your investment perception as well. People will come and invest in you or in your country because, they are seeing you're using the money that they invest to do something great. Such as, when you see ILO coming and investing a lot of money in South Africa, it's because they can see, a trend of something happening as well. You see what's happening in Tanzania, it's because there's that, way of understanding that we are moving forward as a country and as a continent as well. But also, ED also helps us to become a global partner as aspired by Agenda 2063. Case of South Africa, it's leading the G20 right now. It's part of BRICS, in different corridors as well. It's because we are pushed, because of ED, enterprise development, because it takes us to that area as well. Who are the stakeholders? And I'm happy because most of the stakeholders are here. Member states, because you're providing, direction and guidance in terms of the policy, as the minister was here talking about that. Funding, because most of our member states actually provide funding in that area. I will demonstrate it in terms of the projects that we're doing in different areas also. But also infrastructure. You heard about the story of a bridge. Productive sector. Why I'm saying productive sector for me, it's the same as private sector. But in our language, we are trying also to recognize government in terms of, their way of, providing employment in a way that, it creates employment and also makes profit in different areas. For example, in Botswana, you realize that most of the mining are owned by government. So you can't really separate, government from private sector as well in that area because they are contributing a lot. But we have got, the importance of civil society organizations and also NGOs, which act as a catalyst through advocacy and awareness in that area. It's critical that we have them in that area as well. International organizations like us, African Union, ILO, and others as well, I think they play a critical role as well in terms of, resources, both technically and financial areas as well. So when I zoom back quickly to African Union, I just wanted to take, to show, the aspiration of the African Union, which they're almost the same as the SDG goals as well. But my slides are not clear. I will come back to it. I wanted to just to project in terms of how far we are as the African Union in terms of advocating or developing, the Africa as we are aspiring to be. And I think most of us, we know what I'm talking about because AUDA in NEPAD was developed, by the contribution of South Africa through the then President Thabo Mbeki. And this framework was developed by our then, chairperson of the AUC, who was Madam Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. So when we look at, so we have got a blueprint, sort of like a development, a blueprint, which is Agenda 2063. This is where we are aspiring to be. So when we looked at what we did, since we started the first 10 years, now we are moving to the second 10-year implementation plan. We realized that we are doing pretty okay in most of them, but only 2 goals that are not doing well. And if you come back to that slide, you can see that goal number 4 is transform the economies. We are not transforming enough. The second one, when you look at it, is goal number 12, which is capable institutions and transformative leadership. in place. We are not doing well, and that's, for us, is, enterprise development. And I think that's where we need to move. So we have got moonshot in terms of how do we want to get there and how fast can we get there. So these are the moonshots. I won't go through all of them because I need to come back to what we are doing. I just want people to appreciate where we are right now. We are talking about prosperity, that is inclusive, and development that is sustainable. As we trained and as we work with people, we need to make sure that and the development that we do is sustainable but also inclusive at the same time. It doesn't help to open a mine that continues to kill people or leave people in poverty. Madam was talking about social security. It's critical for our development in Africa. We don't want to leave people in poverty. Integrated, we need to make sure that whatever that we do, we are integrating. It's good that I see Tanzania and also South Africa working together and other countries trying to integrate and make sure that we work as a team as well. Democratic, peaceful culture, it's very important. When we do development, we need to make sure that in those enterprises, actually, we don't exclude culture, and it's people-driven. It's done by people in those areas, so that we can become the global partner that we need in the global arena, because we need to be influential in that area. So the second area is examples of successful ED that we've done within AUD NEPAD. I think we've got tons of them, but I just outlined few of them. Energize Africa, Skills Initiative for Africa, I'll dwell on that one. Homegrown solutions, artificial intelligence, social inclusion, and also we have got, Africa demographic dividends and sexual reproductive health as well in that area. But let me, because I think we don't have much time, so in terms of Energize Africa, it's a program that was developed by Her Excellency Narros Bekele, who's the CEO of our organization, working with countries in different areas. I think late last year we were in Tanzania meeting with the president, and the CEO was there discussing Energize Africa. And we launched even the artificial intelligence program in Tanzania last year. So we are recognizing the role of MSME, which these are enterprises. And we know that Africa is young as it is. Africa has got more informal economy more than any other continent. And we need them to grow, because we need them to effect changes and grow them from informal to becoming formal, and which is a challenge in some of the areas I'll present on them. These are like the vision of the Energize Africa, which has got 3 outcomes, but all of them, they're talking about young people, young women, and also informal sector, which is important for us in that area. So let me move to Skills Initiative for Africa, which is the program of African Union Development Agency. This, we only looking at, enhancing the occupational prospects of young people. Because if you have to grow the enterprise, also you need to make sure that the people who are the bone of this enterprise is actually well trained. So we work with TVET colleges. In South Africa, we have got few of those. Firstly, to do infrastructure and renovation of the infrastructure. We supply state-of-the-art, training equipments. We also do curriculum development to meet the equipments and infrastructure that we put there, but also we train teachers and also give scholarships, but also testing the innovation. One, I think when you look at the top here, this is Capricorn, TVET College, which is working on renewable energy and also water purification. So we are bringing that for them to do the training, but also so that they can change the economy and start businesses in terms of water purification in those areas. If you look at this one, it's one of the projects in Tunisia where we are building, state-of-the-art, training center, but also accommodation for vulnerable population in those areas as well. As you can see, safety is important. These are all these examples of the work that we are doing in those areas. So CIFA is in 8 countries, and those are financial portfolio of the program. For example, in South Africa, we are investing over 7.2 million euros just to do the projects that we are doing in those areas as a union. But the total is around 66.4 million euros. These are not rands, but yeah, euros. So just to appreciate where we are, I spoke about Capricorn TVET College, which received 3 million to do a construction. But important is the beneficiaries, because you see that 50% are women, 70% are young people between the ages of 15 to 30, then 40% we consider those who are coming from low income and also vulnerable situations, not from urban areas, but rural areas in those areas as well. So that is, so we'll share the presentation. I won't go through one by one, but also we have got, air conditioning and refrigeration academies of South Africa, which is somewhere here in Midrand, where they're training people how to work with our air conditioning system. Ventilation system, how to fix them, how to install them, how to make sure that when we are sitting here, we are comfortable. And those are not the courses that are done in our normal universities. These are technical, areas that we need to do. So I've got a number of projects in those areas, but I won't go through them. The last, interventions that I was asked to just, talk about was the importance, of EPW. I think for me, I've never worked, directly with EPW, but in the area of skills and training, in the area of safety, environmental and social, investment and development in those areas, I think these are important because it drives innovation in those areas. I think when we do this, we need to factor on innovation. We need to make sure, and also we know that it creates jobs. You have heard testimonies here, and I think this is just like a tip of an iceberg of what's happening in that area as well. But it stimulates economic growth in those areas. I think it's important for us to look at it. It contributes to poverty reduction and social development. If you see at countries, as I work in countries, South Sudan and other areas, if you see where countries are torn by wars, people are fighting for resources, people are fighting for food, people are fighting for recognition. But if you give them education, then recognition will be there. In my final slide, if we are to develop South Africa, Tanzania, Uganda, Malawi, we need to recognize that Africa is not the stadiums, the high-rise buildings that we have. It's not the beautiful roads that we have that leads us to KZN, to the beach or whatever and stuff like that. It's not the dams that we have. It's not, the high-rise buildings. It's not the number of cows and cattle that you have. It's not the resources that we have. It's not gold. It's not diamonds, but Africa, it's people. Irrespective of how tall, how short, how beautiful, how ugly, that individual, it's Africa. And we have to put everything that we have to develop that person, because if that person is developed, Africa and the rest of the world is developed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Koza. We'll take one more presentation from Mr. Zoli Sanani. I hope I spelled it correctly. Is he here? Sorry. Colleagues, let's take the two presentations. I'm sure you have pressing questions. Please note them because after this presentation is going to be the Q&A section.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zoli Sanani Ngobongwana. I am from the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, SIDFA. It's a newly formed agency. It's merger between SIDA, your Small Enterprise Development Agency, and SIFA, your Small Enterprise Finance Agency. My duty here today is to share available pathways for those that go through the enterprise development initiatives and programs. Okay, the crew is still busy with a few issues. They're going to broadcast the presentation in due course. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. As I indicated, I am from the newly formed entity. As you can see, our new beautiful logo dripped in gold. Hopefully we'll bring gold to our SMEs or golden opportunities. Okay, I'm gonna do a bit of introduction of who we are and what we stand for. We are for the SMEs, empowering SMEs, giving them financial or funding opportunities. And also we want to play the bigger role in funding of the SMEs. Our values is through integrity, entrepreneurial passion, customer-centric excellence, agility, and resilience. Okay, due to the interest of time, I'm going to pass through some of the slides. Okay, at SIDFA, we have two departments. One is focusing on enterprise development, or what we call business development, which was done by the old SIDA. And then we have the investment unit, which used to be done by SIFA. Under the investment unit, we have wholesale funding, and also the direct lending funding, which is the one that I'm from. Under wholesale, we fund intermediaries that then will go on and fund the SME. Under the under the direct lending, that is when then the SME will apply directly at SIDFA for their funding. At SIDFA, we have what we call products and programs. I'm going to share with you the products first. We fund through asset finance. This is where we purchase a machinery, a vehicle, or any other equipment that you might need for your business. This is through an installment sale agreement, just like the bank. When you purchase a car, you sign that installment sale. The equipment belongs to us up until it's fully paid. When it's paid, then we'll do the transfer to the SME or to the entrepreneur. When we purchase a vehicle, we require you for the vehicle to be insured and also to have a tracker in case of it getting stolen and lost, so that we can be able to recover the vehicle, pay the insurance pays over to us, and then we go on and buy a new vehicle for you so that you can continue with your business. And then in an instance where then you do not pay, you will take that money and then it will offset your balance. Same thing with the equipment and the building that you're operating from. We saw the floods in early 2021, 22 in KZN, where a lot of businesses our business people lost their businesses, they could not recover because they were not insured. We emphasize on having an insurance on your business. Also, we have what we call a term loan. A term loan is used to fund your working capital, or we purchase equipment that cannot form part of ISA, and also to acquire the going concern. If you say a business that is on sale, you want to purchase it, you can come through us, and then we'll purchase it on your behalf. And then we have what we call a revolving loan facility. This one is for those, those who receive maybe from Public Works. You are given a contract, you're gonna resurface a road, you come to us, you are in need of working capital, and then we assist you with that. Once we give you the money, we will require to sign a session. In the absence of a session, we'll require a joint bank account so that we can see the ins and outs that are happening in your business, because most SMEs, when the money hits, they run away. So this is a way of making sure that the money comes back to us so that we can assist the next person. Also, for those that are in the construction space also, we also have the bridging loan. It's similar to the previous one, but then this one is formed by a contract that you will receive from whoever. The same thing will require a session with you. Also, we have properties under our portfolio. If you need space and then there's available space, we can also assist you, fund you, we even give you a space to operate from when there's one available. Okay, this is our eligibility criteria. It's quite long. I'll try to pass through it. So we fund businesses that are operating in the country, operated by South African citizens or those that have been neutralized as per the South African EPWP Act number 53 of 2003. Also, we fund businesses that are operating within South African borders, and also the staff complement. As you know, we are a development agency. We also contribute to the employment of South Africans. At least 95% of your employee must be South Africans. You must be operationally involved in the day-to-day operations of the business. We avoid funding side hustles, because then you don't know what's going on in your business, and then your employees can just do funny things in your business, and the next thing your business goes down, and then you are liable for a debt that you could not pay because your business has gone down. Also, we fund businesses that demonstrate the development impact as per our corporate plan, job creation, the impact in your community, and also your project must show signs of loan repairability. Your business must at least be 51% black owned. Also, we accept risk-taking by an entrepreneur through own financial contribution, because if you contribute financially, that means to us you back your business, you believe in your business. We do take equity, but it's not a must. It's case-by-case situation. If you have equity to give, we will take it. If you also have personal suretyship, you will take it. As we know, not everyone in South Africa can have suretyship, especially the youth, which I'm responsible for. So we will try to find ways that are mutually beneficial to us, the organization, and also the entrepreneur, because we are for the entrepreneur. These are the exclusions. I also won't go much on them. We don't fund the moral reprehensive sectors, which is your alcohol, gambling, prostitution. We are not getting involved in those. Labor broking activities, arms and ammunition, and also people that purchase property, renovate it with an intention to sell. We do not get involved. However, if you have a contract with NFSAS or any organization to accommodate people, we do fund, but it must be backed by a contract. Then we'll purchase that building on your behalf, and also will purchase a building for you to manufacture from or to operate from, as long as it shows that there is some sort of commercial viability once you then purchase that building. Also, for those that are looking to acquire businesses, we do not acquire loss-making businesses. We only acquire going concerns. I'm going to share with you the programs or the pathways that are available for the SMEs or for those that are from part of the enterprise development, whether it's with the EPWP or any other program. We have what you call a TREP. It is Township rural entrepreneurship program. It focuses on businesses that are operating in the township. It must be township owned and then operating in the township. In here, we also purchase inputs, we also purchase equipment for the entrepreneur. For those that are running bakeries, those that are sewing, and then the salons. As you know, the beauty industry, it's one of the biggest industries in the world. Those nail technicians, we do fund under TREP. Under TREP, we fund to the maximum of up to R1 million rent. 900,000 of that, limited to 900,000 loan and 100,000 grant. It is a blended finance. So for you to qualify for a grant, you must show that you're operating in the township, you do employ people under your business, and then there is some sort of economic development that you bring within the township. As I indicated, it's for also stock. We buy stock for you, we buy equipment for you, and then, yeah. Also, this is how the breakdown of how the funding goes. If you are, let's say you're going for 100,000, 50% will be a loan and 50% will be a grant. And then 150,000, 75% loan, 75% grant. But when you get to 50, the grant gets kept at 100,000 going up. It's up to 36 months repayment, 5% fixed interest rate. Also, we give you a moratorium of at least 3 months, both on interest and capital, where we let you set up your business, you start operating, you settle, and then you start paying us after 3 months. If things are not going well in that 3 months, you can always come back to us. We renegotiate the new payment terms, and then so that you can continue with your business, because at the end of the day, we want you to succeed. We want to fund sustainable businesses. Also, it must not be us that chase after you. You are the one that is involved in the business, that understands the business. When things are not going well, always come to us. We renegotiate new payment terms, and then the payment terms you are the one that is going to come up with, because we do not want to enforce our own payment terms. But then if you run away, then that's when the payment terms get enforced. As I indicated, these are the sectors that we are funding: your typical township businesses, clothing and textile, bakeries and confectionery, the Chisanyama and cooked food. Under the Chisanyama, we only fund the meat and food part, no alcohol involved, as we are a government agency. We cannot be seen to be promoting alcoholism. The retail, your car washes and general dealers, the automotive sector, personal care, which is the salon, the artisans that come out of the programs, we fund them. Those under the automotive sectors, also those that receive contracts from the insurance industry to fix cars, we come in and assist you, and then we help you set up your workshop. The criteria is same as the other one, but there's smaller differences, like you must be operating in the township, at least 70% of your employee must be South African. Also, we work with municipalities to make sure that your business is licensed, and we have seen in the past where people get sold stuff that are expired and those kind of things. So we ensure that you follow the processes, also the regulatory obligations from the industry that you'll be operating on, so that you do not be seen to be promoting such. We have what you call Amavulandlela funding scheme. This one is focusing to people living with disabilities. Under the Amavulandlela scheme, you are able to benefit from all the funds that are available at SITFA, sorry. It's not a fund, it's a scheme. You get to benefit under TREP and other program that is available. But then we have other benefits, additional benefits that you get for being a person living with disabilities. We fund from 50,000 up to 15 million rand, 5% primeless rate. And also we charge some of administrative costs, which is your initiation fee, which gets charged by everyone else. There tends to be a mistake sometimes when we ask for the initiation fee. People think that we're asking for a bribe. No, that is that is the cost of us doing business with you. That money you will have to pay to SITFA. You do not pay to an individual. Then once you have transactions with individuals, you must know that you are part of the corruption also. Yeah, under this fund, we have customers' benefits, where if we come into your business, we identify that you are an entrepreneur, but you lack certain things, we come in and we invest about 75,000, or at least 5% totaling the amount that you have requested. Here we take you to training, we take you to mentorship, and then we try to capacitate you as much as possible so that you can be able to run your business successfully. And also, if before funding, this is before funding when we identify issues. Also, post-approval, we also get involved, and then we also have a maximum of up to 350,000 for you to support, to give you mentorship. Can be the industry-specific mentorship, or financial, or whichever the way one that we identify that you need for your business. Also, we have what we call SAMS, which is the Small Enterprise Manufacturing Support Program. This one, as you know, we, the country, have been trying to move towards the industrialization. We are also contributing towards that. At the beginning, we're in partnership with the DTIC. When this fund came through, they contributed some money, and then also contributed something, we went co-funding for the SMEs. In here also, you purchase machinery and equipment. As you know, most businesses in the manufacturing space need these big industrial machines. We buy them for you. We can even buy them in Tanzania if they are making any of the machines for you. Under this fund, when you purchase a machine, we'll pay it over to you with the hope that you'll pay your supplier, and then your supplier will deliver. We have seen SMEs, again, when the money comes into the bank account and then all your problems come in, and then you no longer prioritize your business. We pay with the trust, but with the other funds, we also pay directly to the supplier. But when the supplier is not South African based, since we do not have what you call the, I just forgot the name of it, we then pay you with the hope that you'll pay the supplier. But for South African suppliers, we pay directly to the supplier, whether it's stock or equipment, to eliminate the risk of you taking that money, buying your house in Cape Town or Hartbeespoort and the boat. So the money must go to what it was intended for. Another fund, we also fund up to 15 million rand. It's also a blended finance. 80% of it, or from 80% of it, is a loan, and up to 20% is a grant. Also, we use a scorecard again, ownership, the number of jobs created, and also the sector that you're operating from. The grant that is given to the other person won't be the same as yours, because you're only also running totally different businesses. Payment terms are up to 84 months. And also we fund working capital, and also for those then that have been manufacturing stuff, but then they are not fully regulated, we assist you in getting the accreditation that you need. Eligibility criteria is almost the same. Be registered legal entity, 100% South African owned, at least with at least 2 years of experience. That means that you must start something, and then now when you want to grow, you can come to us. If you're in the township or rural area, you can always go for TREP, and then once your business grows, you can go for the big money under the manufacturing support if you are within that space. Black management is for up to 51%, and also black ownership. We do not want to see window dressing. Also, you must be registered with SARS, our revenue services, because at the end of the day, this is taxpayers' money. You cannot benefit from taxpayers' money. And then when it's your turn then to contribute, and then you run away. This is my pride, the Youth Challenge Fund. The program that I'm managing, it's a fund that focuses on the youth between the ages of 18 to 35. Under this fund, we, as you know, youth are very creative. They always come up with crazy things. So we are saying to them, come on, be creative, bring us something that it can be pride of our country, that we can say this innovation came out of South Africa. Under the fund, we have 2 channels. One is the red channel, which is focused on technology, innovation, and the green economy. As we know, we want to eliminate, reduce our emissions. And then we have the one that is called blue channel, that is focusing on mostly retail and manufacturing. Under the fund, we have a startup limit of up to 2 million rands. That is on the red channel, and also on the blue channel is the same. But then the difference under those two is that as innovative, creative youth, or environmentally conscious youth, you get up to 60%, from 60% loan and up to 40% grant. And then as a startup under the Blue Channel, retail and manufacturing, logistics and all those ones, we have from 70% loan and up to 30% grant. And then for those then that have been operating longer, they want to grow their business, we have an 80% loan and up to 20% grant. The interest is fixed at 5%. I always boast and say there's no one that can match that, and I'm yet to see as such. The repayment terms are up to 60 months, 3 months moratorium. Again, we give you a break, say go on, implement your business, and then come back and start paying us so that the next person behind you in the queue can also benefit from the same opportunity that you benefited from, to not be a hogger. As I said, it's for those between the ages of 18 to 35, 100% South African citizen, and the youth must be involved in the day-to-day runnings and the management of the business. We have seen people, parents taking chances, parachuting their youth to turn their business into being youth businesses. We do not want that. We want to promote our South African youth. We want to give opportunities to our South African youth. So if you think of bringing your child into the business, we'll be able to support that. Also, you must be prepared to participate in the business development support and mentorship. Your proposal must also show a sign of commercial viability, sustainability, and also you must have a feasible business idea. We also, this is an initiative between us and the Department of Tourism. It's in the end. We are funding, or we are currently funding, because it's not yet being closed yet. We are funding those that are in the tourism sector. The department is trying to transform the tourism sector. Under this one, we fund the acquisition of businesses in there, give support for those that are already in the sector, for those one that want to expand. Your business is growing, you have got more clientele, you have got more visitors, you want to add more rooms, you want to add an additional activity in your business. We're funding that, and also for those that need working capital, because as you know, the tourism sector is seasonal, so you need a bit of money to bridge you until the spring and summer in South Africa comes, for those then that usually come for the summer. Under here is for employment creation. Everything that you do at SITFA is for employment creation, sustainability of businesses, and also the localization and also of imports. Also, these are the sectors that we fund under the tourism: accommodation, hospitality-related services, travel and related services, the people that brought you here in the hotel from the shuttles, we do fund those that from the airport to the hotel, and then also those that give, that have tourism adventures. I get asked a lot, what is it that I need to do for me to qualify for funding at SITFA? Most of the time, I always say, be compliant, because we're a government agency. First thing that we look at, is your business compliant? If it's not, we will guide you on how to get there, and then register your business, because we only fund formal businesses, and also have a market, because most of the time, we fund the market. You cannot come and apply for funding, but you do not have the client. Have the client, show us the market, and then we'll be able to fund you. Those are the things that we most look at. We don't look at who you are or where you're from. As long as you give us those things, we'll be able to fund you 9 out of 10, that I can guarantee you. We look for your cash flows, projections, your loan breakdowns. What is it that you're going to use the money for? Do not get frustrated. We just want to understand, because you are the ones that needs funding, and then we are the ones that providing funding. So we won't understand if you're not giving us information. Supporting codes from reputable suppliers. Do not get a code from someone you never seen or heard of, or never seen supplying even one item. Always go to your suppliers if you're not sure, to check if they do really exist, because we have seen situations where people get a code from just anyone else, and then we pay, because people know how to make sure they get what they want. We pay, and then later on we find out the supplier closed on the day after we have paid for whatever we need to pay. It is also your duty to make sure that it's a legit supplier, unless then you are in cahoots with them. We also ask for you for personal income, how you spend your money, so that we can understand your spending habits. If you have what you call own contribution, we want to see where that money comes from, because we do not want to be part of your money laundering scheme. We'll want to have FICA, because we must understand that you are indeed a real person, because people can just can have different identities. We'll ask for 6 months bank statement, both personal and that of the business. If you are operating from a space, we'll ask for a lease agreement. After we have approved you, we will then ask you and then your landlord to sign a rental hypothec. That means that that machine we bought for you, or those vehicles or those trucks we bought for you, the landlord does not have a right over them once you have a dispute. When you have a dispute, you will deal with the landlord. We'll take our equipment up until that part is done, because if then we let it happen like where the landlord takes over your stuff and then gets sold, we will both lose. So we are avoiding such situations. Project plans and projections for those that are in the contracting space is one of the requirements. The FICA, always, whenever you are applying for credit in South Africa, FICA is one of the number things that are looked at. You must show us those that have bigger contract, the capacity to deliver the contract that you have been given. Commitment, which is not always the case, but then we do ask it for the bigger amounts, or when we see that you have some sort of suretyship. And also compliance, which is the number one thing. You must be compliant. Validisas, tax clearance, a registered company, registered CIPC, and then also members of resolution is required. This is our funding template. You can also find it on our website. In interest of time, I won't go through it, but then this is what's supposed to be on your business plan. Also, this is the process that we follow, guys. I do not just sit on my desk and decide whether you deserve funding or not, or you qualify for funding or not. This is the process that we follow. Everything else is decided by a committee. You inquire. After inquiring, people have made this mistake of putting an inquiry on the system and thinking that it's an application. You must get an app number for you to say you have applied at SITFA. After getting your application number, your application gets sent to the region. The region do a basic assessment to check if what you are proposing has some commercial viability. And then if then that passes, then we go to due diligence, where we visit you, we visit your suppliers, and then we check the validity of your invoices, and also then we formulate a proposal for you. And then it gets sent to a committee. We have about 5 committees at SITFA. It's at different levels. For the TREP that I shared, for up to 2 million rands, we have the HR committee. Up to 2,500,000, we have SME committee, MENCOM, EXCO, and the board. So those are the committees that sit, that deliberate. The region will present your proposal at the committee, they deliberate, and then an approval or a decline is given. After that is done, and then we'll send you a facility letter to say your application has been approved under these conditions. Please go back and then try to fix 1, 2, 3, 4, or bring us 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe, for instance, for a service station, you will be required to get a license from the Department of Energy. For those that are in the tourism sector, you'll be required to get the municipality permission to build whatever that you are planning to build. And then those that we are buying going concern, then we're required to do the Section 32 of the Insolvency Act. So those are some of the things. If, let's say, your SARS tax PIN is not up to date, then we'll ask you to go and update it before payment can be activated. And then after that, if you are happy, you sign. Then when you sign, that means you are happy with what we offer. And then we do legal agreements for you, get it sent. Make sure you read those legal agreements. Do not be excited that you have been funded and then you just sign and not knowing what is required from the site. We have gotten this a lot. People just sign, and then when later on they found that there are responsibility on their side to perform, and then they were not done. They did not know about them. Also, we collect the conditions, the disbursement gets prepared, it's sent to finance, they pay, and then you are handed over to our PIM, which is post-investment monitoring. They will monitor your performance during that stage of your loan with us, and after that part is done, then we can let you go. And then those guys are the other people that you must talk to when you have issues in your business, so that then they can restructure your loan if there needs be, and then also with the proof from your side for the need for restructuring. Those are our contacts. As we have recently merged, now we're having a big footprint in the enterprise development or business development sector with CEDA. CEDA used to have many offices. Now with us merged, now we have a bigger reach to SMEs. Business support, you can call there if you want to inquire about something. Also for lending, you can call. We are available on social medias, all of them. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what CIDFA investment is all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ngobongwana. Colleagues, I'm sure we picked up from the presentations from the two gentlemen that indeed entrepreneurship is the lifeline for economic development and independence. And also some of the methods that are being used in entrepreneurship and enterprise development that could be embedded in the program or possible collaborations in future. So now this is your session. We are getting into your session in terms of a Q&A, or it wouldn't be a community of practice. So the way we are going to conduct it, since we are a large group, we're going to ask the colleagues that that's the Slido, I'm told. It's a QR code where you can pose your questions, and it's free. The Wi-Fi is free, the internet is free, so you can pose your questions, and then I'll read them out for the colleagues to then answer. Are we good to go? You access the QR code on your phone. Are we able to do it, colleagues? Is it working? Okay.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good day. My name is Tony. All protocols observed. Allow me to also ride the wave of all the protocols. So, as the program director said, you realize that we've had quite a number of presentations. They are very informative. But one thing you notice is that it has been one way. So we didn't come here for a one-way street. We want to interact, want to make it as interactive as practically possible. That's why we've decided, fine, let us have a way of asking questions. So please, what we've beamed there is a Slido poll. We just want you, I can see, thank you very much. I can see one question has just gone in. So please, just you can get the QR code, scan it with your phone, or you can go to slido.com, and then there is that hashtag 5467861. You don't need to enter the hashtag because it has been prescribed for you. So you just put 5467861. So please, just go ahead and start typing away your questions, and then I will ask the, sorry, I hope that was not my bank ATM. So, yeah, so please just go ahead and type the question, then the program director will We'll go through each question one by one, and then the presenters or facilitators involved will have an opportunity to respond to those questions. Thank you very much for your indulgence.
Thank you, Tony, for helping me navigate that session. So, colleagues, a number of questions are coming in. Well, if we can get the mic for the presenters. Tony, there's a challenge. I'm seeing that as questions come in, we lose others. So I don't know how we're going to. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, thank you. So we'll take the first question for SEDFA. Can SEFTA be requested to make capacitation workshop on sites where participants are based?
Yes, we are available for such. The invites can be sent, just that people could not see the contacts maybe after this, or maybe for now, can broadcast them. But you can send an invite, or you can send invite that is related to youth. It can be sent to me, and also it is easier for us to communicate with our beneficiaries or supposed beneficiaries when there are people in the community that work with SMEs. So an invite from them is great for us because it gives us a bigger reach than organizing our own workshops to people that are not relevant to what we want to do. But if they are in that space, they can invite us.
Okay. Yeah. Moving on to Mr. Khoza, I think this one is for you. How do we access the funding?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our funding, you access it via membership. Member states, application. They just, send sort of like an interest to AUDA because we work with member states. Member states, I'm talking about countries. And then once, the country is part of CFA, then the members of that country can access via any call of applications that area. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the next one is on the contact numbers. We'll handle that one during lunch. I'll request the colleagues to then project your slide as well of contacts so that they're able to access that. Then the next question, given the unique nature of EPWP, what are the possibilities of creating a fund through SEDFA to assist EPWP participants?
Look, we already have an existing fund like TREP that can match some of the participants in the EPWP program. They can apply individually at www.sifa.org.za. Soon that website will change to SITFA, but for now we are still using the SIFA one. Also, we are open to collaborate with EPWP because especially me, I'm of the biggest believer that once someone has a skill, it becomes easier for them to be an entrepreneur. So if you have entrepreneurs, you can recommend to us, and or we can work with you guys in identifying those entrepreneurs, and also people that come from programs. It's also easier to fund them because they will have been de-risked, they would have been given some form of education in entrepreneurship. So we are open to collaborate with EPWP.
Thank you, Mr. Kobongwana. Moving on to the next one, I think it was also covered in your presentation. If you can maybe assist the colleagues, the difference between SEFA and SEDFA.
Okay, SEFA is the old entity, no longer exists. There's a new baby now called SIDFA. It's the Small Enterprise Development Finance Agency. It's a merger between SIFA, the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, and SEDA, the Small Enterprise Development Agency.
Okay. Colleagues, can we get more questions flighted? We've been through that one. Okay, I think in terms of the presentations, the organizers of the event will ensure that the presentation are shared. I'm sure during, when we come to towards the closure, we'll just indicate what are the modalities in terms of getting the presentations. Then SIFA, it's you again. Is there an age limit for SIFA funding?
Not so much. We have different funds like TREP that are not age specific. SEMP is not age specific. Our retail also that I did not share is not age specific. However, if you are on the retirement age, we tend to become biased towards you. We will ask for a succession plan in case something happens to you. We are not discriminatory, but then we have other contingency plans or mitigators that we put into our funding.
Okay. I think to both colleagues, the next question in terms of the fact that South Africans are without jobs, can we at least relax the requirements for funding? People are sitting with great ideas at home, but don't meet the requirements. I'm sure it was your long list.
No, sometimes I think the long list overwhelms people, but usually 80% of those things, they must be already existing in your business. First of all, the registration. When you register at CIPC, automatically you get given a tax number, and then you just go and activate it with SARS. And business plan is something that as a SME you must have. Forecastings, I cannot just give you, let's say, 15 million without basing it on anything. Also, you must be able to bank because we are pushing SMEs towards being bankable. So you must also show us how you're going to use the money and also how you have been using the money that you have been making. So those are the ones that are standard, and any other funder does ask for that. Even an NGO will ask you for such things so that they can be sure that they are indeed funding an existing business. And also, I was talking to my colleague from Techno7 say, sometimes these stringent requirements are through our experiences with the SMEs. When some of the funds were started, they were easy to access, but then other people who are always, I'll say, career opportunists, who are always to get one over us, then make us to have these stringent requirements because we have to account for the money. This is taxpayers' money, so we have to account for it. We can't just give it willy and nilly.
The next one, I think it's also for the two gentlemen. As it's more of a commentary in terms of your reach and your communication strategies to be able to also make yourself known to rural areas, because there's also a need there in terms of the youth for your services. I think going back, you can maybe highlight what are your communication strategies.
Look, as I said, if there is an organization operating in the rural area that invite us to the youth, to the relevant youth, we will always be there. We will always come. We are open for that. We have regions in all the provinces. Now then that we have merged with SEDA, we are available in most of the regions. If you could just search for now, for SEDA, you'll find an office close to you. You can go there as a walk-in, or you can look at our website for our contacts. Then you can invite us. We'll be there. We'll come.
Okay, colleagues, the contacts will also be shared. Maybe also for the colleague going back to the office, you can advise communication in terms of more marketing strategies to cover those rural areas. It's just a suggestion. Then, Mr. Koza, for you, NEPAD, do you have any funding platforms directed to circular economy?
Yes, we do have investment in a number of areas. When you talk about circular economy, because even in the project that I was talking about, what we are trying to do also, we're trying to effect the circular economy as well in terms of the projects that we're doing in the real things. He spoke about, the hair salons. We have got basement studio here in Joburg that received, 400,000, to sort of like develop and also train, the hairdressers in different areas. In IT as well, I think we've got number of products that we are supporting. But in the broader scheme, it's just that I'm presenting on what I am doing in my program as well. In the broader scheme, you have got agriculture, you have got retail, you've got any other areas as well. So we work with development partners so for us actually it's like working with development partners to give grants to people who wants to do any other circular economy kind of projects in those areas, such as homegrown solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. This one is on what happens to EPWP NYS participants when the contract from 2023 to 2025. Where are colleagues? I'm not sure if, when the contract from 2023 to 2025 ends. I'm not sure if it's directed to any of you colleagues. Okay, we'll pack that one for a later session. My question is directed to SIDFA in terms of 36 months to pay for a maximum of 1 million for the trap. Is that not a short period to repay for an emerging SMME? And the 5% repayment does not consider the prime lending rate?
Look, we as SIDFA concur with, I'm not sure we say the speaker, because it's a text. We have proposed to the department to at least increase the repayment terms to at least 60 months. It's still under discussion. On the matter of the 5% repayment rate, the TREP is fixed. So it doesn't get affected by the changes in the interest rate. It's fixed at 5%. And it's also less than prime, so that one, yeah.
Okay. As an outgoing NYS participant, I would like to know if the program ensures that participants get credited training in the duration of the program. I'm not also too sure. Yeah, so we'll skip that one as well. Can SIDFA, okay, I think I've addressed the issue of the presentations and also communicating the modalities in terms of how you got access to all the presentations for this session. As an outgoing NYS participants, we appreciate the expanded training and workplace experience we've gained. However, what pathways or support mechanisms are in place to help us transition successfully into entrepreneurship or further skills development? I'm sure this question is also directed to the department, also the coordinators in terms of the program itself. I think we'll also find a way in terms of getting some of these answers to some of these questions. Mr. Koza, did your presentation have the contact details?
I don't think so, but I can share. I will share.
Okay, we'll also have to find a way to project your contact details. Where are SIDFA offices? Do you allow an individual walk-in, or the application should be done online?
Look, for now we are promoting the online application process, because in there it is easier to track your application, because you will be given an application number as your reference. However, if you are struggling with the system, you can always walk in our 11 offices available across provinces. Here in Gauteng, we have 2. One is in Parktown, the other one is in Diepsloot at the Riversands Incubation Hub. And also in all other provinces, we have offices like in the Eastern Cape, we also have 2 in PE in East London. In Cape Town, we have an office. Kimberley, Nelspruit, and Rustenburg, we do have offices. Now that we have merged with CEDA, we will be also available in those offices. There are about 54 of them, and also we have other collocations with the municipal economic development departments. So we will be more visible when this measure has been fully rolled out, but for now we have 11 offices at CIFA and 54 of 258 at the old CEDA. Also, yeah.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. I see there are a number of questions that are still on the screen, but I'm advised that the hall where lunch will be served will be closing at 2, and I see that we are a large group. I'm going to request that we pause here, and we'll continue. We'll see how we embed these questions in the upcoming session on the panel and discussion. So don't worry, your questions won't be lost. We'll find a way of getting the two gentlemen to join the panel discussion later after lunch so that we then can proceed with lunch. Thank you, colleagues.
Colleagues, we are running behind time, as you are aware. Fortunately, food is cooked already. So all you need to bring your mouth and delete it from the plate and then come back. So can we all please be back at 2 p.m. sharp? Who is going to give us directions to the food? If you don't follow the leader, you won't find the food. We are going to designate someone who is going to walk towards the food. Please come to the up. Okay, we've got someone who will reveal where the food is happening. Please listen carefully. She's only going to say it once.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you exit that door towards the ablution facilities, there's a passage there. That passage takes you straight to Pumulong. That's where the lunch is served. Thank you.
Okay, so please don't be late. 2 o'clock. The lucky ones, you might find a present on your seat. If you don't find a present on your seat, grab whatever present is on someone's seat. It's yours.
Really think of questions. They were not for the two colleagues.
There are questions which can be dealt with later. Okay. Thanks for holding the report. Just someone to meet with the minister. Okay. I'm there. Colleagues, I'm told your items are safe in this room. I think they will be refreshing the room during your lunch break. But if it's money, please don't leave it in your bag. I don't want to be accused of anything. But I'm told your things are safe, and we start off at 2 sharp.